Salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the podcast The Storm, social awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene, talk, and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
150 episodes, and yes, it's not on Sunday like normal. I was very, very, very tired yesterday, and I slept the entire day through after I got the okay from Brainstormer to move it to today.
Yeah, and I am your host last time on One Me, the Brainstorm Pop Culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am still tired, but it is a much, much healthier and less brain bleeding tired than it was, so I'm good.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we're kind of doing what we've always done, which is watch a couple videos, make responses to them. We're gonna make responses to them, to those videos.
Yeah, one of them is a sort of another anti-SJW rite of passage. Another one is something that happened just this week, and I initially had intended it for next week, but Brainstormer threw it in here, and I was like, why not?
Well, to be fair, like you sent it, and I just kind of thought, oh, is this what we're supposed? I just kind of assumed like this was another one you wanted on here. So
Okay, and so yeah, well, we'll at least be able to pad out the live stream a little bit more for everybody, so that'll be good.
Yeah. Okay. Let me share here. Share audio. So, reasonable questions for anti-SJWs by Christy Winters. This was published or uploaded September 30th, 2016.
Yeah, it's a parody of the BuzzFeed style questions for X people format, and the anti-SJWs did a video similar to this first, and that's what they're kind of responding to.
All right. I feel like I don't have more to say this because while I am an anti-SJW, I'm not. I'll voice my opinion when I can because, again, I'm more of an apolitical guy. I don't really care about stuff that much. Well, okay, that's not entirely true. What I mean is that I haven't watched this at all. I'm going in here kind of blind, so I'll answer whatever questions I think I can reasonably answer to the best of my abilities.
So just a fair warning here, a lot of them are passive aggressive gotchas because reasons.
I feel like I should get a drink.
You should. Just make sure it's not an alcoholic one. I am not going to be held responsible for you becoming a drunk.
Well, I meant soda, so.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, as per usual, Dalton will more than likely be the one handling the talking.
Uh-huh. But that is what he asked me to co-host for all those years ago, so.
Yeah.
He He got a little bit more than he bargained for, I imagine, but at least he got a return on his investment.
Yep, it's fair. Shall we?
Yep, banana.
Banana. Yeah, I did want to run by what is being said here because they kind of went by really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Right, hold on. So sorry. I'm assuming these are video. Yeah, the anti-SJW things, right?
Mm.
Like the YouTubers and stuff that did those videos.
Yes.
Okay.
Sargon, Carton T, Amazing Atheist. I can't remember. That guy T, I think, was in it. Short Fat Otaku, I think, was in it. Spinosaurus Kin. I can't think of any of the other ones.
I mean, I don't really think it matters because again, this is like over.
Yeah, and I know Spino completely shit the bed and became a useless twat for a while. And Shuon Head, who I think was also in here, has since gone a little bit far afield as well. And I think Chris Raygun has just straight up quit YouTube altogether.
Which honestly, I kind of don't. I don't blame him for that because
Well, I mean, the last I knew, he and Lacey Green were in a happy relationship together, so all the more power to him, I guess.
Okay, so they try making fun of BuzzFeed videos while ponying SJWs, but ended up making BuzzFeed videos look pretty good by comparison.
The passive aggression on display here is noted for later.
I haven't seen a BuzzFeed video in a long ass time.
Yeah, no, they were an old thing kind of at the very beginning of this whole rigmarole back in like 2012, 2013 when
Like I remember seeing them sometimes, and I still see clips of them used for memes and stuff.
yeah,
Like,
the only time I see them is when I watch the old response videos to them.
yeah, the closest thing I can remember is like that BuzzFeed Unsolved Mysteries thing. And I barely watch those because they're really stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly, I just hate the one guy who's like a very much a skeptic.
Yeah. In the card carrying sense of the word.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
At any rate, banana.
Well, I was just again. I'm going through the slides here.
Okay.
Better than BuzzFeed, at least. Here are reasonable questions for SJWs and a few jokes.
I hazard a guess that about 60% of this is going to be jokes to about 40% actual attempts at reasonable questioning, and even that's going to be framed rather disingenuously. But never mind us. I mean, you're supposed to be the highfalutin, morally pure academic ones, so I'd say put your money where your mouth is, but maybe I'm being a little bit of a bitch before we've even gotten started. Carry on.
I mean, you kind of always are. No offense.
None taken. But I will save my flamboyant bitchiness for as and when we have questions that are actually worth responding to. Anyway,
general. Yeah. So general questions. That's what it says. Banana.
Are you able to understand the irony of responding to the perceived political correctness of the left with exasperated reactionary hypersensitivity of your own?
What is it?
Okay. This is a bit of a two-part question. Yes, I can see the potential irony there. However, I, like a lot of people in the anti-SJW sphere, never really complained about people being exasperated or hypersensitive. My issue has always been what caused the exasperation or the hypersensitivity. Because I'm all for getting outraged as and when it's warranted to get outraged. My question is, are the things that the social justice warriors, now self-identifying, get exasperated and hypersensitive about, worth getting exasperated and hypersensitive about? My issue has always been, I get hypersensitive and exasperated over reason, logic, and consistency of principle, and value, and art, and meaningful societal endeavors like, the ones that separate us from the fucking apes and shit. These people tend to get upset about their ideological moral purity standards, such as the patriarchy and the wage gap and rape culture and intersectionality and women's historical oppression hypothesis, and so on and so on and so on. So yeah, no, there is no irony in my particular case because I'm not really getting upset with SJWs for being exasperated and hypersensitive. By all means, be as exasperated and hypersensitive as you like. My issue was, and always has been, I will judge you based on what gets you exasperated and hypersensitive because, let's face it, everyone gets exasperated and hypersensitive about something. The thing we can judge people on meaningfully is what sets that chain reaction of catastrophic failure off. If you go apeshit over human trafficking or genuine societal injustice, that's one thing. If you get exasperated and hypersensitive about, ooh, this person differs in their moral worldview than the one I have, then you're a twat. And you'll be regarded basically as a twat. Moving forward, Banana.
I'm back.
Mm-hmm. Right on cue.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I got nothing to really say about that. Although I did want to say, like, actually, I do have some. This is more just observation of the question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. To me, it seems kind of very like it should be kind of split up into multiple questions. Feels like
there's two questions there. There's the textual one of, are you able to understand the irony of this? And then there's the subtextual one of, hey, you guys, you bitch at SJWs for being reactionary, exasperated, and hypersensitive, but for all you know, you do it too, derp. And like I said, yes, I am able to understand the hypothetical irony of that, but no, it doesn't apply here because I've never gotten upset with SJWs for being exasperated, hypersensitive, or reactionary. I have always judged them on what caused that reaction. The reaction itself doesn't bother me. We all get triggered by things, and that's one thing I definitely disagree with my fellow anti-SJWs on. Although even most anti-SJWs in this day and age don't make this point anymore. Being triggered isn't the issue. It's what is triggering that is the issue. And the things that SJWs find triggering are at best frivolous and at worst actively counterproductive.
Yeah, I got nothing. Don't have that question, I suppose.
Yep. Banana.
Yep. Banana.
Activity of your own.
What is it with you people and skulls? How do you define right?
What? That's a joke question, right? Like, I'm not.
A lot of people use skull avatars, And Mr. H. Bomber Guy, the reason a lot of people use skull avatars and shit, and skull imagery and shit, is for the exact same reason that the goth movement and the punk movement made use of the skull motif during the Satanic Panic, i.e., those in moral authority, those in moral purity, those who are moral Puritans and the moral arbiters of society tend to like things to be very saccharine, very sanitized, very plain, very restricted, very prudish, very monotonous, very robotic. And therefore, those who favor freedom of expression tend to, in as artistic a way as possible, because let's face it, the skull is very beautiful in its, and a lot of the accompanying imagery can be very beautiful in its own particular way. I mean, look at any Tim Burton or Guillermo del Toro movie for evidence thereof, or look at the entire celebration of Dia de los Muertos, for example. But they can also be inherently powerful and transgressive because, let's face it, death is always going to be something transgressive and something in favor of freedom, because that's what death does. Going all the way back to pirates, that's what the skull meant. It was essentially, we will not conform to the moral structures being placed on us from without. And just like you and your ilk stuck it to the puritanical Jack Thompsons and Pat Robertsons of the world back in the 90s and 80s and 70s and so forth, now the moral paradigm has shifted. You people are the finger-wagging, pearl-clutching Helen Lovejoys of the world, or in this case, Karens, and those who favor freedom of expression, individuality, and the ability to transgress boundaries use the skull motif in exactly the same way people have always used the skull motif, both as a artifact of value and beauty all by itself, because again, there is a macabre beauty to the skull, but also because it inherently has the power to stand apart and say, no, I will not conform, no moral purity and saccharineness and everything being unicorns farting rainbows does not represent me, and there is less meaning in it because you're enforcing it on us. So I'm going to actively transgress it. But that is, in short, the reason why anyone who is willing to transgress moral boundaries and be in favor of freedom of expression is likely to at least have a certain level of familiarity and draw to skull imagery or death imagery in general, because nobody beats the Reaper. And it's essentially a visual representation of the sentiment, I shall not be moved, I shall not give in, I shall not yield to your moral puritanism and your prudishness. I shall make a friend of death. I shall make a friend of that which goes bump in the night. I shall make a friend of the things you fear, because the things you fear have no power over me, and nor do you. That, in short, Mr. H. Bomber Guy, is why people of a free, individualistic bent of any kind whatsoever like wearing skulls as and when they are being stifled, censored, or saccharinely, prudishly enforced to conform. Moving forward. Banana.
You people in skulls. How do you define right wing? Anti-SJWs often have an aversion to being labeled as right wing, yet they regularly defend the right and bash the left.
Oh wait, no, there's more. Sorry.
Therefore,
Sorry, let me go back. Something up here.
what is it with you people in skulls? How do you define right wing? Anti-SJWs often have an aversion to being labeled as right wing, yet they regularly defend the right and bash the left. Therefore, why is being labeled right wing a bad thing to you? And if it's because right wing is used as a pejorative, can you not see how labeling people as SJWs or regressives is also pejorative?
I don't care generally speaking, Tim, about pejoratives, because I learned a long ass time ago that when the assholes in your class call you a nerd, the correct answer is not, no, I'm not a nerd. The correct answer is, yes, I am a nerd and there's nothing wrong with being a nerd and you can shut the fuck up. Other people's reactions to things, Tim, are immaterial to me unless they particularly make an issue of it. Now, to your point, the reason why some of us on the anti-SJW side don't like being called right-wing is because it is not accurate. And because our principles don't change based on who we are applying them to. Okay, Tim, that whole partisan thing you just did there, where you defend the right and bash the left, that must make you inherently right-wing. That whole bass-backwards dichotomy, that is fundamentally the problem. I can defend my worst enemy if they are in the right. And I can criticize my best friend if they are doing something that is fucking evil, stroke moronic, stroke counterproductive, stroke actively harmful to themselves or others. If Brainstormer started smoking crack tomorrow, I would be the first person to tell him, dude, you really need to knock it the fuck off or I will kill you. And just like that, some of us that find ourselves on the left that support things like Medicare for all, universal basic income to a degree, at least in the Yang freedom dividend sense, the US and the UK forming more along the lines of the Scandinavian model, all of those things, those of us that happen to be LGBT or crippled or of a religious minority or mixed race or inner city or any of that shit, those of us who happen to be on the left or part of these identities can oppose social justice and can oppose the left as and when the left is doing a stupid thing. And we can manage to defend the right when the right is in the right or when the right is being erroneously attacked. For example, I don't like Donald Trump. I really don't. But it's not accurate to call him a fascist because that word has a specific definition. And it doesn't matter how much I hate X, Y, or Z person if they're being accused of something that is not accurate, especially not when I myself am being tarnished with the label of right-wing when it is also not accurate. Accuracy and logic and consistency of principle, Tim, matter far more to me than where anyone falls on any given political spectrum because, for one thing, Tim, right-wing and left-wing are fairly relative, given that, for example, you are right-wing compared to Mao's China or Stalin's Russia. But that doesn't make you less valid than Mao's China or Stalin's Russia. It just means that based on how we distribute this data on a graph, you are slightly more to the right than those positions. And I am far to the left when it comes to the pearl-clutching evangelical tradcons of yesteryear. But that doesn't make me any less valid than them or them any less valid than me. These are relative positions on a graph. It's like it's like saying someone who weighs 200 pounds is worth more than somebody who weighs, 140 pounds. Maybe by weight, if that's what we're measuring, but it's utterly meaningless in a moral or intellectual conversation. It's just a indicator of where your position falls relative to the Overton window. And you would think for all of you, grandiose academic political scientists and so forth, you'd be able to understand that there's a world outside of the Overton window and that you can't just judge a person not only by their position, but by the relative relation of their position to another position on an arbitrarily generated graph. And what's more, again, the principles to which we hold should be able to remain so regardless of who we're applying them to. I don't care if Hitler's free speech is threatened, and I don't care if Mao Zedong's free speech is threatened. If someone's free speech is threatened, it is my job and my duty to say to the people doing the oppressing, knock it the fuck off, and it is my job to assist the person who is being obstructed in whatever way I deem meaningful and necessary. Because I can acknowledge when my side fucks something up, and I can acknowledge when the opposite of my side is at least being accused of something they didn't do. And I wouldn't be an intellectually honest actor if I went, well, you're not my team, so it's okay for you to be inaccurately and dishonestly smeared, or, oh, these guys are my team over here, so nothing wrong they do counts as something wrong now, derp. That would be incredibly stupid and dishonest, Tim, from Demotivator Opinion. It would be incredibly dishonest indeed. The fact that you would even feel the need to ask this question is a little bit telling, in my opinion, Tim. But I hope I've accurately answered your question. Banana.
Yeah, 1 sec. All right, yeah, banana.
Rather than telling people you disagree with to drink bleach, wouldn't it be more productive for you to have an actual conversation about the issues you feel matter? Or is it just easier to do the bleach thing?
Okay, like 3 people have addressed this already, so I'm not going to belabor this point too much. But Tom, this question is a reference to Chris Ray Gun, because he's the only person I've ever heard making a consistent meme out of the notion of drinking bleach. But when he says that, Tom, he's not saying the people who made this video that I'm responding to should be forced to drink bleach. They're saying, I am going to drink bleach so that I don't have to listen to this anymore. It's a expression of exasperation, desperation, and comedically over the top, hyperbolic anger. It is not a threat. It's not saying you should drink bleach. It's saying I am going to drink bleach to spare myself the pain of this. And we try to have conversations about the issues we feel matter, and very often, Tom, we get morally excused from the discussion on the grounds of being a moralistically charged buzzword like misogynist or racist or homophobe, no matter how gay, female, or of various different racial minorities we happen to be. And that's the really headfuck confusing part that makes us go, maybe this social justice thing isn't all it's cracked up to be, derp. You see.
I'm gonna ask because I feel like you've watched this through many times. Are there any questions that relate to pop culture? Because I feel like I'd excel at those.
There are a couple. There's a couple that relate to Anita Sarkeesian. There's a couple that relate to representations in media. There's one at least that deals with philosophy, but I'll probably mostly handle that one because I actually refreshed myself on the philosopher in question just to make sure I wasn't confusing my philosophers. But we'll get there when we get there. The skulls thing happens at least one more time, and then he tries to smear us all as criminals. There's one question about why we all use avatars. That's interesting.
Okay, shall we?
Yep, banana.
The bleach thing.
You claim to be proponents of rational, logical, evidence-based argumentation. That's great. That's entirely laudable. But when I look at your online activity, when I look at, I don't know, for example, your Twitter feed, that's often not what I see. How do you reconcile this claim to be evidence-based and rational?
Sorry, 20 seconds.
Yeah, banana.
And logical against stuff like, oh, I was just trolling you, oh, I was just shit posting, or TLDR?
No, serious.
Because who ever heard of making a point using humor or mockery, Professor Moriarty? And I am getting a enjoyable amount of my mileage out of the fact that your name is Jim Moriarty, because that makes you Professor Moriarty, and I'm enjoying that. But I'm not the first person to reference that. I think Vernaculus was the first person to make the obvious Sherlock Holmes joke when he responded to this. But that's neither here nor there. But the premise of your question, sir, is that you can't be lighthearted, humorous, or mocking and still make a point. To which I would respond to you with literally every modern stand-up comedian in the last 30 years is at least familiar with that parameter of you make a point using humor or mockery and you deflate the authority of something that should be mocked using mockery. That whole thing of it's funny because it's true, that whole parameter that's been understood since at least Chuck Jones and Tex Avery got on the scene back in freaking Looney Tunes and beyond. Not to mention the court jester, not to mention famous satirists like Jonathan Swift or any of those guys. Whoever heard of satire that's funny because it's true, or because it's exposing hypocrisy, or because it's exposing a polluted authoritarian moral framework that is taking itself far too seriously? Never mind all of those stand-up comedians in the 90s who literally did get a sizable proportion of their material from mocking the Satanic Panic, which is a fair subject to be mocked, by the way. And as for TLDR is just a shorthand internet version of I am going to summarize this so that the people scrolling through won't have to read through the entire body of the text. It's basically the non-academic informal equivalent of an overview, which a lot of writers of studies and articles actually give themselves a lot of the time. It's just they don't reduce it down or laymanize it quite enough for the layman to understand. That's why the TLDR is there. And also, on a more seriousness applied philosophy note, putting comedians aside for a second, what did Socrates do other than find people who claimed to have positions of authority and pose reasonable questions to them until such time as their authority was deflated and the position they held could be deconstructed and reanalyzed in a more rational and linear perspective, which is exactly what a lot of stand-up comedians do. There's a reason why Socrates was portrayed in Mel Brooks's History of the World Part 1 as essentially the ancient Greek equivalent of a stand-up comedian, because funnily enough, the kind of informal symposiums that philosophers used to give have a lot more in common with the stand-up comedian format than it ever did with the modern university. So if you want to understand why are so many of your points comedic thought experiments, Mr. Moriarty, I suggest you take it up with a sizable portion of not just comedic history, not just entertainment history, but also a sizable portion of philosophical history as well. It's the entire point of a thought experiment polemic like Plato's Dialogues. Moving on. Banana.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
TLDR.
No, seriously. What is it with you people and skulls?
Are you aware that the ridiculous buzzwords you helped to popularize, like SJW and cuck and regressive, have all lost whatever meaning they once had, and only serve now as casual insults and pejoratives to derail any meaningful conversation?
Which is why when I catch someone using these terms wrong or applying them in a way that is too partisan, I make sure that I correct them on their usage. SJW means social justice warrior, which can be padded out, essentially, to mean moralizing sociocultural authoritarian. It is someone who thinks their morality is so universal and beyond reproach that it needs to be applied to every sphere of human endeavor that it can get its hands on, and that it should have one-dimensional sway over every sphere of intellectual endeavor and human endeavor. And that it applies just as much to the family values brigade of yesteryear as it does to the academically inclined Hegelian and intersectionality and critical theory influenced folks of today, day and age. All it changes is the MacGuffins. What you guys call what the moral Puritans of yesterday called sinful or degenerate, you guys now call problematic or reactionary. That's all you've done. You just swapped out the MacGuffins, swapped out the direction the political compass happens to be pointing, and you think you've changed the structure of your actual argument. Well, you haven't. All you've done is play fucking moral Mad Libs. You've taken the same sentence and sometimes literally just swapped out one word for another. So much so that a couple of, I believe it was Canadian, but it might have also been US academics, managed to swap out sections of Mein Kampf. Take sections of Mein Kampf, swap out Jewish and Aryan for whiteness and minorities, and get several of them published before anyone was any the wiser. And they were going to get several more published before someone actually did get the wiser. And these journals they got them published in were supposedly peer reviewed. So what I'm taking from that is you can literally take the rhetoric of one of the most vile texts in human history, swap out the moral MacGuffins, and all of a sudden it looks like a completely different article or argument to you people. And therein lies my problem. I don't like anyone to make these kind of arguments. I wouldn't agree with the Nazi Jewish conspiracy. I wouldn't agree with the feminist patriarchy conspiracy. And I wouldn't agree with the fundamentalist Christian satanic conspiracy. Unless there is a significant amount of logic and evidence that implies these things exist, I am not going to believe in any of these conspiracy theories. No matter how unfalsifiable they're made by the circumstantial evidence that academics and clerics tend to spew out on their behalf. Banana.
Well, I just wanted to point out the hypocrisy of that, which you did cover, obviously. I'm just...
Yeah. But, yeah. You say things because you need to say things, at least some of the time.
Yeah. Plus, I don't really use the words anyway, so...
I use them in descriptive terms as I outlined, and I get a bug up my ass whenever anyone doesn't use them properly.
Yeah, true, but yeah, I don't use them. I don't use a lot of modern lingo just because I find a lot of it stupid. So.
Yeah, it has lost its touch, but I don't think it's been from misuse. I think it's just been from excessive repetition.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bit overuse, but that's neither here nor there. But as for cuck, which I don't think I addressed, cuckoldry is the fetish of wanting to see your partner dominated by someone else. And the reason why cuck is considered an insult is because it is a sign of the ultimate sycophantic subordination. It's being such a doormat that you can actually derive pleasure from not only being dominated, but watching that dominance affect other people. That is why cuck is considered an insult. It's exactly the same way that simp is now kind of the replacement for cuck. Because if you are so slavishly devoted to anything, whether it's an idea, whether it's a woman, whether it's a person, whether it's anything, that you can literally lose anything resembling objective or intersubjective self-respect and be reduced to a quivering, simpering blob of jelly that sinks into the floor submissively, then you are a loathsome creature and you need to regain your self-respect. That's why those words are there. But anyway, banana.
Yep. 1 second. 10. Banana. Banana?
Banana.
Barely any meaningful conversation.
For the last time, what is it with you people and committing actual literal felonies? Like, you might want to work on that? I mean, I thought the Ralph talk was so rational when he was fantasizing about beating up women with dyed hair, but then he assaulted a police officer, and finally I was convinced.
Okay, 1, guilt by association fallacy. Fuck you. 2,
Sorry,
If
no.
you-
Yeah, please. Just say your piece. I'll
go
say-
ahead.
No. Say your thing. I'll say mine after you're done.
Okay. Secondly, I've never been a particularly great fan of the Ralph Report because I tend to follow people who I find hold up to scrutiny, and the Ralph Report never did for me, but that was because by the time I knew who he was already entrenched in internet blood sports, which was a complete sidebar to the initial anti-social justice movement. And 3, if we are to judge ideologies not based on their internally consistent merits, but by the number of criminals who happen to hold to them, then may I present to you the 6-month summer of love, quote unquote, that was the George Floyd protest that led to
Riots.
innumerable destruction of property charges, innumerable
A lot of people got
medical emergencies for many people who were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And in the case of people like Andy Ngo, who were trying to do objective reporting on the matter, he literally ended up in the ICU, I think, twice. And lest we forget the occupation of the capital city of a state in the form of the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone of Seattle for a little bit less than a month. Not to mention all the fires and the defacing of public property in the form of taking down statues, and the actively cult-like behavior in the case of Yvette Falarca and Chance the Driver and other associates of BAM. I could keep this list going all day. And no doubt,
like that.
yeah.
There's actually like a small thing that had happened here. I wasn't aware of it until like I don't know, days or even like a week after it happened. But yeah, a hotel downtown got its windows smashed in.
Yeah. And I'm aware this could technically be construed as a tu quoque fallacy, but I will point out that you yourself brought it in as admissible to the discussion. And once you've made it admissible to the discussion, you don't get to withdraw it as soon as it doesn't seem like it's going your way, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna. It's one of the very few things like I absolutely detest about people is hypocrisy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I'm not saying like personally, I don't know anyone on our side who has done things like this, but I'm sure it has happened. I don't really pay attention. Honestly, I've kind of kept to myself relatively just because no one's really saying anything these days. It's
Mm-hmm.
of importance to me.
Yeah, and then of course there's my oldest and most favorite standby, which is to point out here that you're committing an ad hominem fallacy. You're insinuating that the flaws in the person holding a belief system must be indicative of flaws within the belief system. And that's not how ideas work.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if a brain-damaged blind person says the sky is blue. The sky will still be blue regardless. It doesn't matter if a chess grandmaster with an Ivy League education says 2 + 2 = 5. He will still be a fucking idiot, at least in the context of making that claim. Because the arguments are independent of the meat puppets that wear them. Moving on. Banana.
I don't really have anything else to say, so yeah,
Finally, I was convinced.
feminism.
In videos and in the comment sections, anti-feminists often take up the most extreme or the weakest feminist position they can find, or they just straight up misrepresent what the feminist position is. Instead, why not take up the strongest, most robust feminist argument you can find and really challenge yourself?
We have done many articles based on academic journals. We've done many articles from academics. We've done film theorists. We've done gender studies graduates. We've done any. Go ahead.
I was just gonna add this little thing in. All of it gives me a giant fucking headache and lacks any type of actual credible intelligence.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We don't pick these things we pick at random. We pick them because someone somewhere is proposing them as the best case for feminism, or a good case for feminism, or a victory for feminism, or what have you. And we look at them, we examine them, and we usually find them to be easily ruined upon even the slightest bit of scrutiny. But normally, I try to focus on not the people or the specific examples, but the actual premises of feminism, such as patriarchy theory, the wage gap, the historical oppression of women hypothesis, and on and on and on. The Hegelian dichotomizing that we call intersectionality, and so on and so forth it goes. I don't care about people. I don't care about specific examples. I care about the overall guiding framework of these things and how they influence either the specific examples or the people in question. And you know what? Usually what I find is no matter how intelligent the person making the case is, or at least thinks they are, or their academic credentials would suggest they are, the minute they start prattling on about the patriarchy hypothesis, they become stupid. And I've become increasingly convinced that it's because this entire body of theories and frameworks is in and of themselves incredibly stupid. But we will keep looking for examples, the self-reporting examples that identify themselves to us. And generally speaking, the strongest feminist arguments, like the ones proposed by Christina Hoff Sommers, Camille Paglia, Aaron Pitsey, Warren Farrell, and etc., are ones that we don't generally disagree with, or we disagree with on very minor pedantic points. So, what are you suggesting that we should willfully disagree with something we agree with just so we can say we are opposing feminism properly or something? Yet no. If an idea becomes less bad, I'm not going to continue opposing it. The reasons I have for opposing feminism are the reasons I do oppose feminism. If those reasons all of a sudden went away tomorrow, good luck, by the way, I would stop opposing I would stop opposing the movement. But as they seem fairly foundational to the movement, and all the adherents to the movement suggest to me that they are fundamental to the movement, I'm just going to quietly assume that I will for now and forever be largely opposed to the framework we call feminism, especially the intersectional critical theory influenced Hegelian or Frankfurt School kind that is the third wave. And the second and first waves too, mostly because the second and first wave did nothing wrong. Division of people on the internet are very unconvincing as well, but that's neither here nor there. Banana.
Yeah, give me one sec. Sorry, it's just the damn thing's kind of slow. I'll just keep an eye out for comments.
Yep.
All right. Sorry, I was also trying to think if I had anything to say, and I don't really.
Mm-hmm.
But
But
I am deeply concerned with male addiction rates, suicide rates, and abuse rates because I have worked with these issues in the quote-unquote real world. Would you be willing, as anti-feminists, to put aside your differences with feminists for the greater good of addressing these issues, especially as the kind of solutions needed are not necessarily gendered? And if so, I would actually like you to let me know, because I'm not fucking around or presenting any gotchas here. I actually really think that we could get something done if we work together. So, yeah.
it depends on the feminist and what they mean by feminism, because I find that largely the broader framework and corpus of feminism as an ideology is not only obstructive to getting anything meaningful done in these cases, but actively counterproductive. I.e., I think many of the results of the feminist framework result in a higher male suicide rate, depression rate, or abuse rate. And that is largely why I avoid working with feminists. That, and feminists have this rather spectacular ability to co-opt anything successful they're even tertiarily involved with and claim it as part of feminism. Whereas when anything they're involved with goes wrong or has a negative consequence, they blame the non-feminist parts of it rather than the feminist parts of it. And I strongly suspect, as a self-identifying MRA that I am, that if we did work on this and we did make some headway with it, Christiosity, you would say it was a victory for feminism and would completely ignore or abstain from mentioning that men's rights advocates had a damn thing to do with it. However, if we worked on this together and you had, or we had no meaningful effect on the issue, or if it somehow made it worse, even if it were feminist ideas that we were applying that made it worse, you would be blaming the non-feminists, anti-feminists, and men's rights advocates for it going wrong. And if only the feminists had a true and pure mechanism to deal with this, it would all go better. No matter how many times feminist initiatives don't just prevent you from getting anything done, don't just have no effect on the matter, but actively make the problem worse. That, in a nutshell, Christiosity, is why the answer is probably no, except under very, very specific circumstances. It depends on the feminist in question and what she particularly means by feminist. If we start applying things like patriarchy theory and the wage gap into this metric, and toxic masculinity and so on into this metric, then the answer is most definitely no, because I don't think those frameworks are helpful, and I think at worst they're actually contributory to the problem. Because generally, if you are a suicidally depressed person and someone tells you you aren't worth shit anyway, that is going to do nothing whatsoever but exasperate your feelings of worthlessness. Because there is, believe it or not, an altruistic aspect to suicide. Namely, if you believe in your heart of hearts that you make the world worse, then it becomes feasible in your head to think to yourself, well, if I make the world worse, then the best thing I can do for the world or by the world is eliminate myself from it, so I'm at least not dragging it down any further than it's already been dragged down. And feminism does jack shit to address this issue, because generally speaking, when it comes to male self-worth, the feminist party line appears to be the problem with men is they have too much self-worth, or their self-worth is too focused on practical matters like what they do with themselves, and they should just have inherent sentimental self-worth like women do. Never mind that male brains and female brains are slightly different. Never mind that masculinity and femininity tend to present differently, and never mind that the hormonal lives of men and women are different to a ludicrous degree. The only solution is ever Men should get more in touch with their feelings and tie those feelings less to practical matters, because that's the toxic part. And that I object to implicitly. Banana.
I don't know.
What is third wave feminism? Because I've often heard you folks insist that you have no objection to feminism in general. It's specifically third wave feminism that you have a quarrel with. So what is third wave feminism specifically? And what specifically about third wave feminism do you have such a problem with?
I used to be in the camp that said the first two waves did nothing wrong. I have since become more educated by my own research on what the first and second waves were like. Therefore, I am no longer in this category. However, for the sake of intellectual honesty, Steve, I will answer your question as to what third wave feminism is. Generally speaking, the third wave of feminism is the wave of feminism that focuses far more heavily on things like patriarchy theory and the notion of intersectionality, which is essentially, rather than dichotomizing the genders and implying some sort of gendered opposition between them like most varieties of feminist theory do, intersectional feminism does the same thing but adds layers of dichotomy on top of that single dichotomy, which does not matter or does not add complexity to the discussion, despite what most intersectional feminists think, because it's still just more layers of a dichotomy. The dichotomy being the oppressor and oppressed dichotomy that was pioneered by people like Hegel in his theory of historical dialectics, the thesis and antithesis dichotomy, which Marx and Engels then took in an economic direction and took it and made it Marxist, and then the Frankfurt School took and applied both the economic aspect of Marx, but also the cultural and historical aspect that was originally present in Hegel, and forced them together. This then became the foundation of the field of study we now know as gender studies, and therein lies the end of the second wave and the beginning of the third wave. But there's your definition, Steve. It's the Hegelian dichotomizing oppressor and oppressed dichotomy, the patriarchy as a large overarching conspiracy version of feminism. And we can sit here and talk about how the first and second waves had their problems too, but it's not germane to your question, so I'll at least stick to answering the question I was asked. Namely, the parts of modern day feminism that I disagree with are the abstract, moralistic, conspiratorial, and often dichotomizing parts of feminist theory. Because as a philosophy student, I was always and forever instructed to defenestrate any dichotomy that could be reasonably demonstrated to be false. And most of the dichotomies based on oppressor and oppressed dichotomies or thesis-antithesis dichotomies, as per Hegel, have been not just demonstrated to be likely false, but actively harmful to the human intellectual discourse.
Right.
Because every philosophy that has had a Hegelian dichotomy at the center of it, whether it's Hegel's original historical dialectic, whether it's Marxist, whether it's the Frankfurt School, whether it's modern day critical theory, all of them are building incredibly restrictive moral premises on a false dichotomy or several false dichotomies and never addressing the imbalance. And therein lies the fundamental crux I have with that entire wing of philosophical thought. I think we should scratch Hegel and, quite frankly, scratch probably also Rousseau while we're at it, and we would be much better off as a species. If we went back to Kant or Aristotle or Socrates or hell, even Nietzsche, I think we'd be in a better place philosophically, and the ideas we would come up with as a result of these philosophies would be better. Banana.
I mean, I had some.
Please.
Well, plus everything Dolan said. Granted, I probably wouldn't have been able to word it as he did. Kind of just another thing that always kind of bugged me with like third wave feminism or just SJW mindset or belief structure, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Is again something I brought up earlier. Is kind of the hypocrisy that is kind of a major issue with it. Is often they will criticize and very much criticize like people who do not who do not agree with them, and yet the things that those people did, they often do themselves. Again, like with like the riots and stuff.
It's like that episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender, The Great Divide, when the Zhangs are talking about why they brought food in, and it's like, we assumed that the Ganjin would assume that we brought food in, and that's why we brought food in.
Yeah. It's been a long time since I've seen that episode.
I think it's been a long time for most people, because that's the one Avatar episode that everyone just goes, that and the Emerald Island Players episode. But even that has more enjoyment factor, I think, because it's at least trying to be silly.
Yeah. Yeah, like again, it's just really the overall hypocrisy that a majority of SJWs seem to have. Like they don't even seem to like hold on to their own convictions. They don't have conviction in their own beliefs, really.
Yeah, they don't seem to be acquainted with this thing we call a consistency of principle. If you say X, it doesn't automatically become Y just because a different human is now the subject of discussion. A standard should be universal, and this question is going to become really ironic here in about 5 seconds, but we'll get there when we get there.
Why is it that this feminist represents all feminists, but this men's rights activist doesn't represent all men's rights activists?
Whoa, wait, sexism all of a sudden? Ladies and men are different? So we're supposed to punch men and not hit ladies and open doors for men? On your own.
Sorry.
I would say she's probably more representative of feminists at large because she's actually using feminist jargon, i.e., get your hate speech off this campus. Whereas the proposed men's rights advocate doesn't show any meaningful understanding of what it is to be a men's rights advocate and doesn't use any of the historical references, data, or talking points that you would know if you had watched a single men's rights video, or at least a few of them. Like, there's the Honey Badgers, there's Basic Six, there's Paul Elam, Tom Golden, Janice Fiamengo, Warren Farrell, as of about 1990, I believe, stopped considering himself a feminist and started considering himself a men's rights advocate. There's me and my friend Mr. E2099. We do a semi-weekly podcast about men's rights and men's issues. Like, there are plenty of men's rights advocates you could have picked, but the guy you picked was just some angry slob in a restaurant queue of some kind.
McDonald's. I can see the McCafe on the bottom.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's somebody in a McDonald's having a meltdown over something, and this to you is in any way indicative of a men's rights advocate. Whereas the person in question, on the other hand, known as Trigglypuff, was a particular person who went to a Yiannopoulos lecture given at a particular campus to protest him and say, get your hate speech off this campus, whilst having very stereotypically feminist, what we occasionally mimetically refer to as problem glasses and blue dyed hair, and shall we say a body positive body type.
Yeah, that's real body one.
Yeah. So that being the case, I wouldn't propose that either of these people are indicative of their entire movements, but if we're drawing comparisons between these two examples that you provided, I am reasonably sure that that the example known as Trigglypuff has at least heard of feminism and or has internalized certain aspects of its worldview via academia, whereas I am reasonably certain that that asshole in the McDonald's line there has never heard of men's rights advocacy whatsoever. In fact, he's probably a little bit more likely to be a PUA or a MGTOW, just by the look of him.
Right. Sorry, this is sidebar. It's just in the setting. No, I hate McDonald's. That surprises you.
A bit.
I'm not some basic ass bitch who likes going to that. I hate I hate their burgers. Okay, it's so like again, this is the sidebar. It's just so processed and shit.
This is true.
Although I don't mind their chicken. I don't mind their chicken nuggets or their breakfast. Like that's actually.
I was about to say I don't like they're not my preferred fast food, mind you, but there has very rarely, if ever, been a day where I've turned down McDonald's chicken nuggets.
No, those are good, man. I mean, granted, I've had better, sure, but
yeah, their processed is shit too, and there's very little actual chicken probably in them. But again,
it's better.
Many has been the day where I have been offered McDonald's chicken nuggets, and very few has been the day where I've refused.
Look, it's better than the burgers. That's just definitive there. That's.
Oh yeah, but I wouldn't even know because I don't eat them. But that's neither here nor there.
I mean, to be fair, my go-to like for restaurant is like fast food is like Chick-fil-A or Burger King.
I don't have a Chick-fil-A near me, so I can't really say one way or the other. And my only problem with Burger King is for some reason they still sell chicken fries in like a snack pouch. When is somebody gonna get it through their head that we want those in a meal size, so I can have like a dozen or so of those rather than like the 6 or whatever they give you in the little pouches?
Right.
Somebody make a chicken fry centric meal plan, please, on the Burger King menu.
There's also, well, the thing I like the Chick-fil-A fries because they're waffle fries. I don't know why, they taste better. Also, they're like fresh too.
Again, I have no point of reference because Chick-fil-A is nowhere near me. But being as I'm gay, I'm not even sure that I would support them even if I did. And that's saying something because, as previously stated, I like chicken in basically all its friable forms. But that's neither here nor there.
KFC. I'm not a big fan of KFC.
Are you sure about that?
Well, I don't like their fried chicken. Any other form of chicken they have that's made, every time I've eaten like their fried chicken, it always so greasy and the skin is just never.
Get extra crispy instead the next time you go. That usually fixes it. That's one of the reasons I like extra crispy better, because it gives that extra little layer of breading that prevents it from being greasy.
Yeah, it's like trying to. I don't know. Like I can't think of a proper. Yeah, I can't think of a proper like example to compare it to. Just when like eating that, it's extra crispy. And next time we go get that, I'll get KFC. I love their sides though. I love their mac and cheese. I love the mashed potatoes.
I could eat an entire tub's worth of mashed potatoes just by myself. Their mashed potatoes are amazing.
To be fair, I prefer homemade mashed potatoes. I mean, we haven't done that in a long time, but anyway, we're off topic.
And now hungry, but that's neither here nor there.
Shall we?
Then
You get out of my face, you tiny piece of shit.
Why am I continually asked to answer for the views of feminists if I agree with feminism's overall aims, but don't agree much with those particular feminists? Does that mean that I can ask you to answer for anybody who labels themselves similarly to you, even if you don't agree much?
Yeah, no, I don't focus on people, and I wouldn't ask you to if you start spouting the same ideology as some of those people, like, for example, patriarchy, the wage gap, male privilege, female oppression throughout history, etc., 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 then I will have an issue with you, because what I have an issue with is the ideology, and therefore anyone who spouts it becomes a Balrog in my way, and as per the usual meme, you shall not pass, but I don't care about guilt by association, and I probably never will. I try to look at people as individuals, and what's more, I try to look at ideas as the most important factor in a philosophical discussion, which means no ad hominem either in the negative or the affirmative, ever,
I mean,
when possible.
my view is simple. Don't be a dick. I won't treat you as a dick, regardless of ideology or whatever. Just don't be a piece of shit, you know?
Yeah, and while you're not being a dick, if you could also try not to say really, really, really stupid things,
Unless
I'd
if you
be
say
grateful.
if it is stupid, like funny stupid, I'm fine with.
Yeah, like the classic like Patrick Star variety of stupid is one thing, but this person is clearly intelligent enough to know they're talking bullshit and they're still talking it.
Yeah.
Variety of bullshit, then I will at the very least say I disagree with you at that point.
Me or him?
Him.
No. And again, like I feel like I'm gonna say this a lot, but I'm just noticing like maybe not this guy, maybe not. I don't know who this is. I don't really.
His name is Tim, and he runs or ran. I don't know if he still has it, but he ran a channel called Demotivator Opinion.
Okay, I'm never gonna look that up. So, again, it's just like again, I'm not sure. I don't think he does it, obviously, because he's asking the question, I guess. But again, it's that kind of blatant hypocrisy. If I'm not saying like generalize people like overall for one individual's actions. Obviously, that's completely idiotic on either side.
Mm-hmm.
And if I mean, there probably are like guys that on our side, sort we're doing that. I'm sure would be on their ass too. You know?
Yes, and we have many a time. I've made this as perfectly clear as I can in as many videos as I can. But for the record, as I said, I think it was the last time we responded to one of Tim's segments here, I am just as opposed to the TradCon evangelicals of yesteryear, the family values brigade, or the social justice warriors on the right, if you will, as I am the modern day social justice warriors, because I don't care if you change the word sinful to problematic or the word problematic to sinful. My issue is the structure of the thing you're actually saying with those words. It's like I said earlier, it's a bit like playing moral Mad Libs. Instead of calling the thing I don't like sinful, this time I'll call it problematic. And instead of advocating for Puritanism, I'll advocate for sex negative feminism and the male gaze. It's the same argument with a couple of the morally charged buzzwords and MacGuffins switched out. And I don't like that argument no matter what valuables you substitute in for X, Y, and Z. Period. Moral authoritarianism is not okay, and no matter what your morality is, you don't have carte blanche to infect or coerce or hogtie every part of human civilization with it, which means get the fuck out of the arts, you're actively obstructing arts. Get the fuck out of academia, you're actively obstructing academia. Get the fuck out of journalism because you make it nigh impossible to do journalism. And these are things that I can and do say to the TradCon evangelical pearl clutchers just as much as I say to the rainbow-haired Karens, if you like. Because in both cases, back in the 90s, for example, the Christians tried to force Christian symbolism and Christian themes into every piece of art they made, and it made it insufferable. That's why we had movies like Dead Poet Society, Patch Adams, and the like, to rebalance that scale. And that's why we had movements like the punk movement and the goth movement to counterbalance that. And that's why Wicca and similar new agey sorts of spiritual path made a upswing in that time period, because it was very obvious that the dominant zeitgeist was the evangelical Christian zeitgeist, and therefore to actually be in favor of freedom of thought, you had to oppose those things. Well, unfortunately for you, it's not the 90s anymore. It is now the 2010s as you were recording this, the 2020s as I am responding to it. And you guys are the dominant zeitgeist. You have large swaths of academia, every major corporation in the form of an HR department and a PR department usually. You have the bulk of the journalism profession. You have basically every artistic institution in the last century or so. You guys are the dominant zeitgeist, and I expect you to take responsibility for that. But unfortunately for you, your ideology requires you to constantly be the oppressed victim, and therefore you can't ever take responsibility for the fact that you have the moral zeitgeist now. No matter how vanishingly irrelevant the pearl clutchers and evangelicals become, you will still point at the evangelicals and pearl clutchers and say, well, yeah, but they're not doing a good thing either, so we should attack them and join forces and attack them in Derp. Well,
Right.
I'm fine with that premise, but the problem is, I don't like either of you. I don't like moral authoritarianism, period, and I would very much like it to stop. I like populism, I like libertarianism, I like humanism, but moralism and moral authoritarianism in particular can get fucked all the way to the bank. Thanks. Banana.
Even if you don't agree much.
If SUs are bad because they spend too much time whining and don't talk about real problems, then why aren't you talking about those problems instead of just whining about the other people over and over and over for literally years? I mean, in the scale of priorities, that's like even lower, right? You know, you've got the real problems, you've got the things that feminists worry about, and then you've got you going, oh, how dare they?
Once again, I have no problem with anyone whining about anything. Everyone whines about something. What matters is how you get there. How do you get to that state of agitation and sheer just, emotional defiance to start the whining in the first place. And second of all, I don't whine about feminists over and over for literally years. I whine occasionally about feminism because feminism has an inordinate amount of influence in academia, journalism, the arts, education, corporations, the zeitgeist of the upper class, aristocracy, aka the politicians and the famous people and the people with the great and good, the power and the money, the clout and the clout and the propriety, and so on and so forth. And that I do take exception to. Also, I run a men's rights podcast with my other friend, the mighty Mr. E2099, called The Duality of Man, where we do talk about many significant issues of the day, and normally we are obstructed from doing so in a very large platform because men's rights talking points tend to get someone called misogynist, because society at large tends to run on the feminist framework, which is an offshoot of the Hegelian framework that has never done a good thing since Hegel thought it up back in the fucking, I believe it was 1890s, but it might have been 1790s, don't quote me. But point being, those are the things about feminists I just agree with. I don't care about the people espousing the ideas, I care about the ideas. And as it happens, many people who oppose feminism oppose it specifically because it makes it harder to address the meaningful issues that we actually do want to talk about. Or we try to, and feminists make up some kind of moralistic framework about us, lie about us in the press, and get us banned. And that is a bit of a problem, wouldn't you say? H-bomber guy. Banana.
Right. I'm gonna say when we get to the halfway point, we are gonna have to call it on this one, so we can move on to the next one. Simply for time purposes, because I know us, and we're probably gonna spend 2 hours on this video alone.
It's possible. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but now.
Just how dare they have different priorities from me? Why can't they do what I do? Whine about whining forever for a living. That's healthy.
Why don't you seem as concerned?
Wait. Isn't his entire... Okay, I'm seeing...
It's brain melting, isn't it? Complains about the exact thing that he is currently doing.
There is a very long list that's ever growing of things I hate about people. Hypocrisy is at the near the top. Lying is the first thing, which I assume it some would argue is interchangeable with hypocrisy, but
well, I mean, in order to be hypocritical, there has to be some kind of lying to yourself, usually in the form of the special pleading fallacy of, it's okay when I do it because I changed out the MacGuffin or I changed out the buzzword, therefore it's a completely different idea now.
Alright. I'm just going to count those two separate things. Lying's the first thing, hypocrisy is like the second.
Anyway, on to Tommy Vella again.
Yeah.
That's healthy. Why don't you seem as concerned with actual feminist theory in academia as you are with wrecking people for views?
Since so many of you...
What the... Again, why is there... I don't get how they don't see the hypocrisy.
Yeah, we don't care about the people, we care about the ideas, and we have tried our darndest to find journalistic articles, videos done by people with academic credentials, or at least citing academic credentials, and actual research papers on rare occasions to address. So your point, sir, is moot. And quite frankly, the theory as it expressed in academia in the form of things like critical theory, anything having to do with the Hegelian dialectic or the Frankfurt School, and in particular the patriarchy theory, does bother me and is the core of what I oppose about feminism. So your point is moot. Moving on. Banana.
Profess to be admirers of second wave feminism as opposed to third wave feminism, I thought it would be interesting to ask which second wave feminists in particular do you appreciate? Which books written by second wave feminists have you read and found interesting? Which second wave feminist activists have you specifically admired as you formed the opinion that you like second wave feminism, but you have no use for third wave feminism? I'm just...
Again, I'm no longer in this camp because I have since realized there's plenty of flaws with the second and first waves too, because I actually bothered to read the history. But as it so happens, there are a couple second wave feminists that I do enjoy. Christina Hoff Sommers, Camille Paglia, Erin Pitsey, Warren Farrell. Was Karen DeCrow second wave or first wave? I'd have to actually physically look that up. But the lawyer who advocated for equally shared parenting, her name was Karen DeCrow, and I don't remember when she lived, so I don't know what wave she would be classed in, but she definitely counts. Arguably, the Honey Badgers would also count as second wave feminists if we were actually using the label of feminism by its dictionary definition, but I'm not going to slander the Honey Badgers by calling them feminists. I'm not going to give feminism that much credit. So there's your list, Steve. I'd throw Kathy J in there too, but she was a documentarian in the third wave, and I suspect she probably would have considered herself a third wave feminist before she made the red pill. So yeah.
Hey, Don. She was born in 1937, so I suppose second wave feminism?
Yeah, okay, so floating asterisk beside Karen DeCrow there, but Christina Hoff Sommers, Camille Paglia, Erin Pitsey, Warren Farrell, all staunch second wave feminists, at least at the time, and all were actually shunned and disowned by the feminist movement because they didn't jive with the theories such as the historical oppression of women, or patriarchy theory, or the wage gap, or the male privilege hypothesis, or intersectionality. So yeah, it's sad when the only viable members of your movement are the ones you actively shun and shame, Steve, but so be it. You asked the question, that's my answer. Banana.
Yeah, 1 second. All right. Yeah, banana.
Curious.
You do understand that reading the title of a book or an article or watching the first 15 seconds of a video is not going to give you a deep, nuanced understanding of what that book or article or video is about, right? That being said, how can you expect to understand or critique feminist sources if you don't even attempt to understand what they're trying to say?
What?
And this is why we OCDily go through every last goddamn line of every article we cover. This is exactly the pseudo-intellectual strawman bullshit that I fucking hate when people do it. So, good news, Michael Rowlands, we don't. You are like 7 minutes into your respective video, and we are still responding directly to you in incremental points. So, good news, your critique is inadmissible again. But I guarantee you there's the other side of the argument that will bitch about us micromanaging every 5 seconds. For one thing, we have to pause it every 20 seconds to A, make it manageable bite size, and B, to get on the good side of the YouTube algorithm, which will demonetize you and take your video down if you don't stop it every 20 seconds or so to add commentary or criticism as per fair use. So there, if the other side of that argument wants to bitch at us for micromanaging, the 20-second thing is purely because YouTube will throw an absolute hissy fit if we don't. And as per Mike's original proposition here, the fact that we're responding to you this far in the video means that we don't fit your definition. Bye. Banana.
Yeah.
Sources if you don't even attempt to understand what they're trying to say.
Why is trying and failing to debunk studying into sexual assault the number one priority for a rational thinker now? Does it maybe say something about your priorities? Does it maybe? Nah, it's fine. It's the feminazis we have to stop.
Because sexual assault is an incredibly morally charged issue, and fudging or falsely accumulating data on that subject may be used to guide policy decisions or academic decisions about the framework they use to teach, or journalistic decisions about the way they choose to cover different stories, and so on, and so on, and so on. And given that the data in such studies is very often false, it is very important that before we base any portion of our civilization on something, we make sure it at least has been properly scrutinized intellectually, which it can't be done if every peer in a peer group operates within the same moral framework and ideological framework. If you all agree on something false, that doesn't make it any less false. Just like Dr. Ignace Semmelweis, who died penniless and alone because he started washing his hands before operating on his patients, was shunned and disgraced because it didn't fall under the nervous excitation theory of disease that they were operating in at the time, even though it demonstrably worked and demonstrably reduced the rate of childbed fever by a ludicrous percentage. In other words, the guy was right and your moralistic consensus got in the way. And far be it from me to make this parallel, sir, but you're getting in the way again of things like the end of male circumcision, for example, or the development of male birth control, or legal paternal surrender, or the artificial womb. I could go on. Banana.
Yeah.
them
that
and taking away our video games.
Look,
Look,
Anita,
I'm sorry,
we
but
I can't. We can't actually destroy video games. That doesn't make any sense.
And yet she will spend millions of dollars trying and extorting money from her viewers to do so. Because it's morally impure, you see, so we have to either morally purify it or destroy it. And that is exactly the argument that Jack Thompson made once upon a time. It's harming our children, and therefore... Well, her argument is basically, it's teaching sexism to our children, and therefore... Just swap violence for sexism in Jack Thompson and Annie Sarkeesian's arguments, and they are identical. Banana.
Sorry, I thought I was good. I was trying to think of something. I don't have anything. Yeah, banana. Discrimination.
One of the major arguments that I see in many of your videos is that it is possible to separate criticism of the religion of Islam from the actual Muslim people. And yet, this line seems to be crossed very often. I see things like raghead or camel fuck.
Okay, that's internet banter and is not actually a reflector of the person's opinion, and even if it were, no person is going to be directly harmed by that. And second of all, I have absolutely no problem with Muslims. As long as they're not the behead me for sorcery variety of Muslim, of which there are quite a few, then I have no problem with them. I support people like Majid Nawaz, I support people like Imam Tweedy, I support authors like Rem Al-Alim, which, yes, is a pen name, but that's because he wrote a book called Jinn Sorcery, where he was trying to bridge the Islamic understanding of magic with the Western understanding of magic, and for understandable reasons didn't want to give out his real name because he might be beheaded for sorcery. So you're going to have to try a little bit harder. I've studied Sahir, I've studied Solomonic magic, I've studied many of the Islamic-influenced Western staples like the Picatrix, so I have no problem with Muslims, Muslim philosophy, or Muslim ideology, as long as it doesn't boil down to you are an infidel and therefore must be beheaded in the name of Allah. Derp. The moment we get there is where I'm beginning to have a problem. Anyway, moving on. Banana.
Sir? Just checking comments. We don't have any. Yeah, all right. Yeah, banana.
Or other things like that in your comment sections. I see people taking very serious shots at Muslims in videos and hangouts, and they don't get called out, at least not that I can see. So my question is this: why should a person of conscience who is concerned about the Muslim people and
Again, the 20-second thing.
Yeah, it's a bugger, but it's the only way to appease the YouTube gods.
Yeah.
Banana.
Also, we have 1 minute left before have to move on to the next one.
Well, we can always move the G4 one to next week too, which is where I originally put it, or where I originally suggested it anyway. So.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Okay, we'll just do that. I'm not too broken about that.
Yeah.
It
was
4 minutes, so I just feel like maybe we could get through. Actually, no. Again, it's us, so.
Yeah. So either way, we're going to be here a while, so we might as well devote this episode to the subject matter it was actually devoted to.
Yeah. Fair
anyway, banana.
I don't know.
their community not being harmed or mistreated, why should they believe that you're actually only attempting to look at the ideas and talk about the ideas if you ignore bigotry that's occurring right in front of you? And in that light, would you be willing to break bread and salt with moderate Muslim people?
Yeah, as long as they're not violent extremists, which goes with any religion.
Yeah, again, as long as we can sit here having a reasonable discussion about, like, say, here, or something along those lines, or is it Sufi that's the more mystical mainstream one that's kind of like the Muslim equivalent of Pentecostal. But in any case, if Rim Al Alim wants to sit here and talk with me about Islamic jinn sorcery, or if Majid Nawaz and Imam Tawhidi want to talk to me about being basically the Martin Luther and Calvin of their respective religious reformation, then they are more than welcome to. Don't know why they would ever grace our podcast for such a thing, but if they wish to, they are more than welcome. And so is any viewer we might ever have that happens to be Muslim or Muslim adjacent. Again, as long as it doesn't boil down into the you are an infidel and you must be beheaded variety of discussion, then I very rarely might be persuaded to use the block feature that I never use out of principle, because I don't want to die. Certainly not by beheading or burning or any other method. Banana.
Yeah, well, that's it. Banana.
On your videos, have hangouts, invite them to your channels, just in order to build some bridges there and to learn more about what they think and how they feel and what their experience has been, so that information and knowledge can be furthered.
Do you deny that systemic racism against Black people is like...
Sorry, again, it's 20 thing.
Yeah. As for the rest of your point, Christiosity, I've studied Islamic Sahir. I've studied the Solomonic tradition of grimoires. I've studied the Picatrix. I've studied various Islamic philosophers over my time. I know about the knowledge that was kept alive in the Eastern Roman Empire when Rome fell. That was mostly kept alive by Islamic scholars. I've even looked at medieval Islamic cookbooks. So I have no objection whatsoever to Islamic variants of knowledge or study whatsoever. And I've had friends who were Muslim, by the way, in college, mind you, but I've had friends who were Muslim and would have friends who were Muslim again. And generally, I don't care what religion a person is, as long as they're not the behead the infidel variety or burn the witch variety of that religion.
A piece of shit.
Hmm?
Whether or not a piece of shit person.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that's just what I always. That's what I was kind of just taught as a kid, is, treat people how you want to be treated, which I realize is just simple concept, but that feels like a lot of people get
It's
that.
a very often overlooked simple concept, it seems.
Yeah, just just treat people with respect. I mean, most of the time, granted, I'm relatively young compared to like a lot of people in the anti-SJW crowd.
Mm-hmm. I think I am too, technically. I think most of them are in their 30s now.
Yeah. But yeah, again, I'm still relatively young. Well, I'm like relatively. I might be one of the younger ones. Part of this. I don't really consider myself part of the group or anything. I just the whole thing. Don't worry about it.
He's only come and been part of the group when I've dragged him kicking and screaming.
No, kick and scream. No, it's just I lost my train of thought there. Yeah. What did I say?
Treating people the way you want to be treated.
Yeah, just that. Like, I made a lot of friends that way in high school. Granted, a lot of people in high school, and everyone's gone to high school, I assume.
Yeah, high schools are, how did old Ben put it? A wretched hive of scum and villainy? That seems appropriate.
Yeah, there's a lot of assholes in there. Like, even though I try treating people with respect, they did not share that in kind, and those that did were good friends. Granted, I haven't talked to them, but that's because, like, again, lives just kind of diverge differently.
The world and the seasons turn and turn and turn. So
Yeah.
goes the wheel of the year.
Yeah, and so, like, yeah, it's a simple concept, but again, like, it's just people often forget it.
It's the ethical equivalent of consistency of principle.
Yeah. Again, like, Dalton and I are vastly different people, mostly, like, on paper at least, and somehow we're best friends.
Yeah, and don't ask us, folks. We're not really entirely sure how that happened either. It was this weird sort of like magnetism thing. Like the one day we were on a Nightwolf stream together, and Brainstormer invited me onto his podcast, and here we are, 150 episodes and 3 years or so later, and we're still going strong, and we have writing projects in the works that we will not say anything about until we are able to crowdfund them to send you over to peruse them.
Yeah. Yeah, just I don't really care what your beliefs are. I don't like. Well, I mean, I do care when it comes to like treating people fairly and stuff, sure. But like your religion, I don't really care about. Like, you can be you can be like an atheist, and I'd be cool with you as long as, again, you were a cool dude. You know, you treat people fairly. You weren't a complete asshole. You know, like.
I had a friend in college who was a straight up Luciferian, nicest guy in the world, but a straight up Luciferian, and I never had an issue with him whatsoever.
Yeah, just like I'm a loose Christian, and Dolan is a occultist.
Yeah, filthy polytheist heathen, lol. And I'm using heathen in the informal sense, not in the identifying with the Norse deity sense. Sorry, guys.
But yeah, like, again, just somehow we're best friends.
And we're still trying to work out the math on that one. We'll let you know when we figure it out.
Yeah, but yeah, just like, again, treat people how they want to be treated, and hopefully they'll do the same. Like, I'm out of the two, like, as often as I can be disappointed and disgruntled and just kind of dour, I'm actually an optimist, and I kind of just believe the good in people. There's good in like everyone. Don't get me wrong. I'm not stupid. I'm not like, I know there are bad people. I know, but I like to believe there's more good than bad. And again, just treat people how you want to be treated, and they'll do the same.
It's really.
I want to point this out again. If like the race thing or whatever, like, she brought up a religion, but I'm sure also like race was a factor in there as well. Dalton and I, well, I'm a Hispanic. Dalton's white, like Scottish with something else. I was just supposed to.
There's British in there somewhere. There's like Pennsylvania Dutch in there, because I'm close enough to Lancaster that it's virtually impossible for it not to be in there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm also a lot of other things as well, but primarily Hispanic.
Yeah.
Actually, I am technically, I don't know, like a quarter white, I think. Like a 16th. Yeah, just quarter.
And Irish. So by rights, with my Scottishness and his Irishness, we should be at each other's throats.
Yeah, but again, like, just the whole thing, like, treat people how you want to be treated. I realize I've said this ad nauseum, but I feel like I have to say it again.
Yeah. When you live in a world where everyone around you is saying 2 + 2 = 5, you have to sometimes shout and be emphatic that 2 + 2 is 4, you idiots.
Yeah. Man.
Anyway.
Yeah, I got nothing really else. I think I was just kind of rambling at that point.
Alrighty. Banana.
Further.
Do you deny that systemic racism against black people is like a thing in general? If so, what? Okay, just step up, just cover your ears for a second and let the smart people talk. If not, why is it so much more important to you to demonize groups like Black Lives Matter than to actually use your platform?
Okay. I'm sorry, that middle part got me just because that's so degrading. And just insulting. Like you're literally calling people out and like insulting them backhandedly, mind you. Like you don't like I can handle someone insulting me, but it's like the thing with like hypocrisy and lying. I despise. It's like that condescending, passive aggressive bullshit.
The refusal to own your shit.
Yeah, like
you can't insult somebody to their face and then out of the same corner of your mouth say, I would never insult somebody to their face. What kind of monster would do that?
No, okay. Full disclosure, I'm not denying that there is something there, with the systemic racism thing. Not gonna deny that. But granted, I'm also believing that not all cops are bad and evil, as everyone likes to say.
Yeah.
Again, and you and I had this long talk before, so a couple times. Like some guys who wear the badge are sociopathic, something. I don't remember the exact wording.
Yeah, this is documented. People with what's referred to as cluster B personalities tend to wind up in positions in law enforcement at a disproportionate rate.
Yeah.
Largely because it's theorized that they seek authority that they can exert over people. But that doesn't mean that every single cop is a sociopath.
Like, okay.
Some sociopaths will try to become cops.
Right. And full disclosure, the thing is in my life I'm not really going to get super deep into. I've come in encounter with many cops. And honestly, all very nice people, very respectful. I was respectful, they were respectful. I mean, we had security guards that were police officers in our high school. And they seemed like nice people, I mean, I wasn't a trouble kid or anything. You don't what cause trouble and stuff. Again, it does kind of circle back to the thing I said before. Is like don't get me wrong. Again, there are bad people in law enforcement. That's a given. That really goes with any type of job or any type of department that deals with the public. But the big issue, again, I myself, and I'm not sure if you want to stew on this, I'm not denying that there is not some type of systemic thing.
We'll get into it when it's my turn, I think.
But I would say it's not as big a deal as a lot of people say it is. Yeah. And I also want again the Black Lives Matter thing. Those guys took something as a death of a man that, and I'm sure Dolan will talk about certain things of that, and use it as effectively an excuse to perform vandalism, destruction of property, assault,
arson because of the fires.
Yeah, massive and massive assaults on people and stuff, all for a dead man. who's not going to see it, who didn't tell him to do anything. He simply, at most, simply used his death as an excuse to cause shit. They did not do anything actually helpful or tried to do anything that would have.
And of course, there's the niggling little elephant in the room irony that a sizable plurality of the businesses they burnt down were actually black owned and operated, because they were doing it in the inner cities where a disproportionate number of black families and people dwell.
Huh. That's weird.
Uh-huh.
No, sorry. Well, that is weird and incredibly stupid of them. But also, for some reason, it somewhat reminds me of the riots that happened after Martin Luther King's assassination, like death.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, at least with that, I could somewhat get it.
The man was shot in cold blood, likely because of his expressed views.
Right.
George Floyd, on the other hand, was already being arrested for the repeated possession of high-end narcotics, in particular fentanyl, which he was high on as they were trying to arrest him. Now, Officer Derek Chauvin did overstep his bounds, and it was an incredibly unfortunate circumstance. I am not disputing this. There is absolutely no reason that George Floyd should have died, and under no circumstances am I suggesting that he deserved any of what he got whatsoever. However, in relation to your question, Mr. Janitor, no, I do not believe there is systemic racism against black people and other minorities, because I think most modern day alleged quote-unquote race issues are actually issues to do with class and culture. And further to the point, the reason I dispute and defame and so on Black Lives Matter is because they purport to be the only correct method to address these issues. And I believe their framework is at best frivolous and at worst ludicrously counterproductive. And also, they focus far too much on the racial aspects and all but ignore the cultural and class aspects. Now, granted, I'm not saying that race never plays a factor, because it can be a contributing factor to many, many things. However, the bulk of the issues currently being faced by the black community, if you want to go there, are cultural and class-based. But because of movements like Black Lives Matter, we can never actually treat them like cultural issues or class issues, and we can never help, for example, community building situations or charitable organizations that will help rebuild the inner cities or help young families work their problems out so that the families will therefore stay together and therefore will raise their children more solidly, and therefore giving them both a male and female role model and model figure to base their identities off of. And instead, these young boys often seek that paternal energy that they're not getting from their father, because their father is often absent from home, in the most flamboyant, over-the-top, performatively masculine people they can find, i.e. usually gang leaders, thugs, pimps, and the like. And this does nothing, jack shit nothing, but exacerbate the problem and exploits the home-to-prison pipeline, which will then harden these young boys into hardened criminals and therefore further exacerbate the problem. But we can never address this as long as we are focusing on this as a race issue and not a class or cultural issue, and never taking proactive steps to do anything about it, but instead just blaming layers upon layers of philosophical abstraction for these problems. Anyway, that's my piece on that particular subject. But anyway. Okay, Brainstormer texted me and said he'd be right back. So whilst I'm waiting for him, I will also throw this in. Black Lives Matter does not have a monopoly on speaking for the rights, interests, or community sentiment of black people. The fact that it is treated as a one-size monolith for all black issues everywhere is part of the problem. Just like feminism does not speak for all womankind, and social justice in general does not speak for the oppressed. It speaks in a particular framework for a particular set of people, and usually, if you are a minority status and you disavow that framework, you will get disavowed in turn and usually have your minority status effectively revoked with terms like internalized self-hatred, i.e., when my friend Mr. E2099 is extremely successful programming student, but disavows Black Lives Matter in front of his white BLM supporting teacher, by the way, he gets mocked, ridiculed, and accused of having internalized racism, to the point that eventually he would choose to drop out of programming school and get his programming certification elsewhere. That is the issue I take with it. When you have to harm other black people in order to support your notion of blackness or whiteness, then you are fucked. Full stop.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I needed to. Like, I won't even lie. I needed to get my back scratcher because there was an itch that was like in the middle of my shoulder blades that was driving me insane.
Yeah.
I also have cheesecake because I was hungry.
Yum.
Yep.
Cheesecake is always a win.
Yeah. I hardly ever get to eat this when it's made. Yeah, my family just eats right through it.
I mean, I'm neither surprised nor do I blame them, but still, goddamn. Then again, whenever there's cake or pie in the house, I have no less than 3 pieces at a time, so I don't have much room to talk there.
I only ever get like two slices. This is my second one. I got one yesterday from the other cheesecake that is now gone. It's from the new one.
And again, I can't really blame your family or have any stones to throw at them for this, because if I were in that house, it'd probably be gone already. But that's neither here nor there. Cheesecake is one of the most delightful things to ever exist.
Yeah, wish I had some whipped cream or something. I don't really like the fillings. I don't like cherries or blueberries. So
the Romans used to eat it with honey.
I got some old ass honey though. I'm not putting that on there. I mean, I have chocolate syrup. Nah, probably not. Honestly, I like it plain. So
yeah.
Anyway, shall we?
Yep.
Banana.
Platforms to discuss actual solutions to issues surrounding race and racism.
If you've ever discussed or done a video about black on black crime, when are you going to do a video about white on white crime and what we as white people can do to solve the problems in our community?
Why is a literal...
Because no one wants to talk about that. Like, even guys on your side don't want to talk about that.
Because that would imply helping them address a problem that is going on in their community. And quite frankly, you'd rather foment problems in that community rather than solve them in the other one. But as it happens, the reason why black on black crime is talked about more often is because it is disproportionate for the amount of people of that ethnicity in the country, and it is disproportionate given the percentage of the population that they occupy. For example, roughly 14% of the population do about 50% of the crimes. Does that seem like something that shouldn't be addressed? And as I said to the janitor, maybe if we address these things more as class issues or cultural issues instead of race issues, we could actually get some headway. Because I understand why many black people are resistant to talking about these things when you immediately open with the, so you're the black community and, or blackness is X, or you're internalizing whiteness because when you open with those sorts of olive branches, I'd tell you to kick rocks too, because nobody likes anyone telling them that their race or any other intrinsic part of themselves that they can't change and didn't choose in the first place is an indicative of why they're either a good person or a bad person. Because race, to most right-thinking people, and by right thinking I mean correctly thinking people, race is not a relevant factor for judging anyone ever. Unless you are a medical doctor and there is some genetic predisposition sort of thing going on there, then you don't get to bring it up. And even then, only insofar as they come to you with a medical diagnosis of some kind or in need of a medical diagnosis of some kind. So there. Banana.
Teenagers, different definition of racism from you. So horrifying that you all have to go, no! No, we have to stop him! We've got to debunk him now! Ah!
Wherever did you get the idea?
Because the person in question is not the issue, the stupidity of the ideas being expressed, and the readability as to whether they will be believed or not at large is the issue. When someone says something stupid and other people are taking it seriously and being uncritical about it, it is important that someone say, hold on a minute, guys, don't you know this is a bit dumb? And it's nothing personal against Milo Stewart. It's just a matter of the ideas you are being used by and are expressing are batshit crazy bullshit ideas, and you need to be told because you can at least address the fact that you are wrong, or hell, maybe you can make better arguments and become more convincing upon being presented with criticism. Who the fuck knows, eh? But either way, you have to be presented with the counter arguments to your position first.
Right. I also have something that he brought up about that, about the kid thing. Like, I realize this happened a little bit after this video was released, like a couple years, I think. But I just want to point out again, like the hypocrisy. I feel like that's going to be my thing with this video. I like these questions. You remember that student? That
Nicholas Sandman.
Nicholas Sandman.
Yeah, kid in the red hat that smiled at the Indian drummer dude.
Yeah.
Yep. Nicholas Sandman.
His name just caught me.
Yes, I know. It's got an extra N in it.
Okay. Whatever. I'm not. But that kid, again, a kid. I think he was in high school, right?
He was like 17 at the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Was made a public enemy by SJWs, like
libeled by basically every mainstream media organization.
Again, I didn't pay attention to. Again, I don't really pay attention to that kind of stuff. I don't really like the mainstream media as a whole, just because I find it really stupid.
I mean, it worked out well for him because he ended up suing their asses and settling out of court for millions upon millions of dollars.
But I'm talking about at the time, right? At the time. Yeah. That kid, like, effectively, his life was really fucked up.
He's never getting employed anywhere after that.
Yeah, and again, I didn't pay attention just because, again, it's not really something I pay attention to. I was like loosely watching it. But just because he wore a hat, and again, he didn't do anything. He just stood there while the Indian man got up in his face and stuff.
Yeah, and Bob bet up and down to the music because he wanted to try and lighten the mood a little bit by just kind of nonchalantly dancing
Yeah,
while the awkwardness was going on.
Yeah, everyone.
You can almost see in his eyes when that started that he was like thinking to himself, "Okay, this is a little weird. Maybe if I just kind of play along with it, it'll be fine."
Yeah.
And then he smiled that smile that everyone remembers, and for some reason the media saw that and went, "That's a condescending, dismissive smile of a white supremacist looking down upon his inferiors," or some shit.
Just again, the hypocrisy is infinite in this. Again,
Milo Stewart doesn't deserve to be debunked, but Nicholas Sandmann and Kyle Rittenhouse deserve to be pilloried in effigy forever and ever and always.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know who Milo is. I don't really care enough to.
Milo Stewart is the woman or the person in the thumbnail.
No, I know that. I know that. I just don't care.
Mm-hmm. But that was the example he gave, so that was the example I was trying to equalize it.
I know. Just again, my point, obviously, is, and it's very hypocritical just on the fact that you're saying this, and yet they're not like the side you say to be part of as you're asking these questions have done that, if not done worse examples of what you are criticizing, or this is effectively a critical analysis of anti-SJWs.
Mm-hmm.
And have done worse on the things you're effectively criticizing the other side for doing.
Yeah, so, it's not a tu quoque argument, it's a tu solus argument. The criticism you're raising sticks more to you than it does to the person you're throwing it at.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. No, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there are a bunch of people that were idiots that attacked certain people just because of their belief, just because of like their proposed theories and stuff. Granted, it's stupid stuff, but like do the same things you did to Nicholas Sandmann is not okay, no matter what side you're on.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it's just me because I look at it from more human perspective instead of like politics and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I find it just really dumb and a waste of brain cells.
Mm-hmm. And now you've made the guy rich beyond his wildest dreams, all because you couldn't help but Streisand affect him.
Yeah. Anyway, shall we banana?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you had anything else to say.
No, go on. Banana.
Okay. Yep.
Wherever did you get the idea that racism was a self-applied identity? And if the only true racists are the racists who self-identify as racists, how can we ever expect to make any social progress to reduce racism? Or did I just answer my own question?
Racism is effectively not an identity to begin with.
There's sorry, it's just like that was multiple questions, and also, again, it's that passive aggressiveness thing.
Yeah, it's the I'm so above you, I'm not even going to deign to actually show you that I'm angry, but I'm going to dismiss you haughtily because I can. Variety of pompousness.
Yeah.
But yeah, Steve, racism, 1, not an identity. 2, very few people, if at all, would ever self-apply that they are racist, except in a humorous manner. And 3, usually in this discussion, people say I am not racist because someone has already actively introduced into the discussion the possibility that they might be. So, in other words, they're defending themselves from a accusation, which, if true, is damning, and if not, could be libelous. So there. That's why we don't allow the word racism to be flung haphazardly around the room like sprinkles or confetti, because that word and the concept associated with it has tremendous power to do harm to people who you throw it at. Because racism is to your ideology what leprosy was to old Judaism and Christianity. If you genuinely accuse someone of racism and it sticks, they become like a leper within the halls of power that you and your ilk hold. And given that social justice advocates have a hand in every pie, from corporations to art to academia to education, that sort of leaves them with very few options left. Not to mention the journalism occupation and the social media influencer occupation, in which social justice advocates are disproportionately represented in both. So even if he somehow manages to find a job, his life will be over in the court of public opinion, and he will be viewed as a pariah and possibly someone vile and heinous enough to punish physically if a person gets the wrong idea in their heads. And that is why the term racism is dangerous enough to oppose when it is haphazardly applied to you, especially given that you gave no definition for what you mean, and therefore we're left to assume what you mean based on the way most people actually use it, which is in fact much worse than the way you use it. You use it to mean any argument that ever avoids mentioning race or mentions how people of certain races might be more culpable than others might think. But to you, this is equivalent to, I don't know, donning a Klan hood or some shit. You moron. Banana.
Yeah, 1 sec. Oh, God, I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Banana.
You often say that you are for equality of opportunity, but if people of color, for instance, have to overcome barriers whites do not, such as discrimination and unequal treatment, as are well documented in various studies, then how can the current situation be thought of as equal opportunity in any real way? And why do you consider it racist to discuss these issues?
I don't consider it racist to discuss these issues. I do, however, have some issue with addressing them as race issues rather than class issues or cultural issues. It is my firm contention that addressing these things as race issues rather than class issues or cultural issues is actively counterproductive in the manner of getting them solved, and therefore I oppose organizations like Black Lives Matter or the Black Hebrew Israelites or individuals like Ghazi Kodzo, because their focus on race is not just frivolous, is not just counterproductive, but is in many cases actively obstructive to addressing the real societal and class-based issues that need to be addressed within these communities. And quite frankly, could stand to be addressed a little bit more in all communities while we're at it, but disproportionately in the communities that are disproportionately disadvantaged by it. Moving on.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't think I have anything. I was trying to trying to find if I had find in my head if I had anything. I don't. I think you covered it.
Okay.
Banana.
Yep, banana.
Do you understand basic English syntax? Like, if I say this cat is pretty, I don't mean that all other cats aren't pretty. Like, do you really not get why saying all lives matter in response to Black Lives Matter is not only racially insensitive, but just patently ridiculous?
Oh, okay. Again, that's just fucking. That's just degrading as hell.
it's a linguistic word game to try and hide behind the euphemism. But the euphemism Black Lives Matter is not what people try to address with the term All Lives Matter, Mr. Janitor. What people try to address when disputing the term Black Lives Matter is the ideology and the framework that goes along with the movement known as Black Lives Matter, and the ideology that presages it. Again, it's not the words or the people expressing the words that we have a problem with. It's the meaning and the substance behind the words that we're having a problem with. And if you say to me, this cat is pretty, and then I show you another cat, and you say that cat has other cat color privilege or something, or hell, if you say this cat is pretty and I say fuck all dog catchers, you'd quickly get the idea that I might be having a little bit of an ideological bias in the situation now, wouldn't you? Where
Yeah.
if I say all animals deserve human rights and you say yeah and fuck dogs and fuck humans, then I might suspect you of having a pro-cat bias there and an unhealthy approach to, for example, veterinary staff that tries to help these animals by teaching them how not to be feral, for example. Within the context of this analogy, I hope you get what I'm saying. I.e., when correctional officers or probationary officers or counselors or student mentors or any of the above try to engage with young black students, you, or maybe not you, but a certain percentage of people will accuse the students and the teachers by extension of internalizing whiteness, or you're teaching that kid how to act white, stop it. And far be it for me to say this, but the concept of whiteness and the concept of blackness are both unfalsifiable phantasms and can be disregarded from any meaningful conversation ever. Especially if I show you a picture of like 5 different cats and you point at the tiger, the little yellow tiger cat, and say, well, fuck that cat in particular, then I'm gonna have some choice words to say to you about how all cats might be pretty, to paraphrase your own thing back to you. Banana.
No, I had something.
Condescending.
No, I had something. Right. Again, just like again, from my point of view, who is not one for politics and more just looks at it from a general human condition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess technically I would say all lives matter, but that's just because like I've grown up in a place and where race wasn't really a thing. Because one, my family is really like a mixed group of individuals. I come from like an extended family, so.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just like again, like the place I grew up, the schools I've gone to, like just a bunch of kids just crowded in a big building or a small one, depending.
Mm-hmm.
And we just treated ourselves as people, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, like honestly, a lot of my friends, like in growing up, were white, black, Mexican, you know, just people I hung out with, you know?
Yeah, because race was never a meaningful factor.
Yeah, the people I didn't like, it wasn't really because of their skin tone or anything. It was just because like they were either unintelligent, like chose to be unintelligent, because you know kids and all. And I'll be completely honest, I was kind of mature for my age simply because of things I experienced in my life. Not really gonna get into that.
Yeah, suffice to say, life kicked him in the balls pretty hard repeatedly from an early age.
Yeah, and it was either that, like they were severely immature, or chose to be unintelligent, or were just not nice people, like bullies, effectively. Like, not in the traditional sense, like in movies or where Dalton grew up. Like, stereotypical. Like, think Mean Girls bullies.
Oh dear.
Yeah. I was kind of glad I never really got. I was fortunate enough that I never got cyberbullied because I never really had a cyber presence at that time to really have that happen. So
yeah, I didn't get Facebook until like 2010, I think. 2011, maybe.
I mean, to be fair, I cut my Facebook out a couple years ago, so. And I rarely ever used it, to be fair. But yeah, like, again, just from my point of view, yeah, all lives do matter. Just again, from like both as a human perspective and just generalized individual perspective as well. Like,
yeah, that's the other thing. This whole all X matter thing does sort of exclude the possibility of any sort of individualism. And I'm sorry, but there are individuals of every kind that I can't stomach, and there are individuals of every kind that I would take a bullet for, present company included, obviously.
Here also, I want to point out, just the people I didn't like was because I didn't like them for individual reasons.
Yeah, because their personality was ugly, or they had a terrible habit, or they were just really willfully stupid for their own reasons.
Well, they were just mean, man. Like,
yeah, some people are petty motherfuckers.
Yeah, like, but yeah, I had something in my head. No, it's gone. I don't remember what I was gonna say. So, shall we move on?
Banana?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, banana.
Isn't it offensive to men to assume that a man could only ever want equality for women and therefore be comfortable with feminism as a whole in order to get laid, and that reduces us to beasts? If that was the case, wouldn't I attempt to get laid from my views instead of not ever trying that?
Yes, assuming men do have an overactive sex drive does reduce them to beasts, Tim. You want to take this up with the sex-negative feminists or the people who espouse the burqa in the Muslim countries, because if you actually look at the justification for the burqa in the Quran, the verses of the Quran on modesty, the reasoning given for why women should dress modestly is because men are bestial and rapey, for lack of a better term, and will not be able to control themselves around a woman's exposed skin. It's essentially the Islamic equivalent of the sex-negative feminist position of the male gaze. The only difference is, in the feminist conception of the male gaze, it's the man's responsibility to not look. In the Islamic conception of the bestiality of men, it's at least the woman's job to put something in between her exposed flesh and the world so that his evil gaze can't penetrate her. So, quite frankly, if you're willing to hold this same position with the sex-negative feminists and the radical Islamists, then I will golf clap for you. But I will say there does appear to be a disproportionate amount of male feminists that do have some sort of dark, seedy underbelly to them, and I have to wonder how much their adherence to an ideology like feminism that says it's not me, it's my masculinity, or it's all men, or I was socialized to act this way. I can't help but think how much that must appeal to some, not you, but some male feminists who happen to have a darker tinge to them. That being said, I have never and probably will never make the argument of you just don't get laid enough or you're just manipulating people into trying to get laid, because I don't think that's true, for one, and for another, it would be ad hominem even if it were true. And I'm not interested in the person expressing these ideas. I am very much interested in the ideas themselves, and as it happens, the ideas that you are spewing, Tim, happen to be a little bit stupid, so I address them accordingly. End of. Banana.
Yeah, no, pretty much cover everything. I think I don't really think I have anything else to say. Although, again, it's the whole generalizing thing, which I think is a problem for both sides, because it does seem to generalize pretty much everyone.
Because both of them assume generalization is harmful when they do it, but okay when we do it because special pleading.
Yeah, and again, I'm calling out both sides of the argument. Because it is a problem, and it's very stupid. And
it's a human failing, but it is still a failing, no matter how many people, for how many different independent reasons, do it. Your particular ideas don't make you a better person than anyone else. Your actions might potentially, and your capability of actually defending your position might potentially, but your ideas and the degree to which you hold them doesn't mean shit from a moral perspective. And incidentally, you assume that feminism has a monopoly on the equality of women or the rights of women, and I've said this many, many a time, but feminism does not and never has had a monopoly on women's rights, interests, or equality, especially not in the case where movements like egalitarianism or civic humanism exist, which are far more intellectually honest and philosophically tenable positions that offer the same principles. Banana.
Yep.
Say you're an egalitarian, will you call out the man-hating slurs that you see coming from people within your community? People who use terms like cuck, beta male, faggot, or mangina? All of these things basically distill men down into thinking that the most important thing about them is to be having sex with a woman.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, I grew up in a time where those words didn't exist yet, which is weird to say, and it makes me sound like a boomer. You know, I'm sorry. It's weird to make myself sound old. I'm still technically young.
You're old for your age. You have an old soul, as my high school economics teacher once told me I had.
But there's a difference, like in terms of community. There is a difference because a friend of mine in middle school, whenever I was kind of like when I was when I went to a dance, like a school dance, it was like actually the first one I ever went to, and I was like super nervous and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
A friend of mine was there, and he said, what was it? Hike up your skirt and be a man. Which obviously, out of context, sounds very much like
it was a little jab, kind of like the things we throw at each other all the fucking time.
Oh yeah. And yeah,
I might have said, take off your sombrero and stop sleeping.
You a racist hillbilly fuck, you know that?
But you Mexican bastard. And just so that everyone gets that joke, we did that on purpose to emphasize the point.
Yeah. But yeah, like out of context, that does sound like something that like one of the phrases that would be used as she was implying here. However, in context, it simply meant that I should not worry about, because again, it's like a middle school dance. It's not that big, and I should just focus on having fun, which I did. I got out of my shell a bit, and so yeah. Again, like in terms of a community, like in the community, there are like in jokes, you know, and like you can, again, like what Dalton and I do was basically taking jabs at each other in not a harmful way or not a a deconstructive way. And by deconstructive, I mean like obviously like tearing someone down, like their self-esteem, like a lot of
dismissive or belittling or anything. Yeah, no.
nothing like that. Like just again, like having, like I used to know.
If anything, it's a result of having a deep bond and camaraderie. I.e., we can say this because we know we know where each other's buttons are, but we also know how not to push them. We know each other well enough to know what is going to be a one-off joke and what is going to be taken more seriously.
I can't tell you how many times like I insult my my uncle that I'm really close to. He's like a brother to me, and we insult each other all the time. And yeah, like we don't really take offense to each other because of it. Like it's just how we talk to each other, how we actually like show our affection for one another.
Yeah, it brings you closer because you know that no matter what happens, that person is going to stand by you through thick, thin, and everything in between.
Right. I will say this though, he's a cheap shot and son of a bitch, because every time we are horsing around, the guy always cheats. Like right as the moment I'm about to like win the round, the guy cheats.
In other words, to paraphrase or to quote the DBZ Abridged meme, I can't believe every single one of them kicked you in the dick.
If anyone like ever like, it's a whole joke. Don't worry about it, folks. It's an in joke.
Just
yeah.
watch DBZ Abridged Vegeta's dick, and you'll see what we mean.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, like don't get me wrong, like those words, like the words they've used to call us, have kind of lost their meaning. I mean, I will say those words have the words that we used to call them, I suppose, or the our side used to call them. Again, I don't use those words just because I find it really stupid to use.
Yeah, I've never really liked the NPC meme because it's less descriptive, and the reason I like a term like social justice warrior is because it is a descriptive term that can be applied universally, and a lot of people among my friend group who are more right-wing or more conservative or even sometimes more libertarian will get really, really, really pissed off when I tell them that the Family Values Brigade of yesteryear was nothing but a bunch of right-wing SJWs. But again, I gotta call them as I see them, and social justice warrior, if you unpack it, means a moralizing sociocultural authoritarian, i.e. someone who insists that their morality be the guiding axis for as many vectors of society and culture as they can infiltrate, co-opt, or pen down.
Right.
And I don't believe that. Just like I don't believe Christian messaging should be forced into every movie you watch, as it was in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, I further don't believe that social justice academic woo should be jammed into every movie we watch. Like it is now and has been for the last 7 years or so, probably.
I was gonna go with decade, just to give it an even number.
Well, but for the most part, in 2010 and 2011, this wasn't a thing. Really, didn't really kick into honest. Well, it was in academia, but in terms of its influence on society, it didn't really kick.
I will argue 2011 because I believe that's when the On-Moon Marvel came out. That was kind of like the
yeah. Okay, so that was ask me about my feminist agenda. Female Thor, don't use feminism like it's a four-letter word. Blah 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 blah. So,
yeah,
maybe.
So, yeah, about 10 years, like just give or take, on
okay, fair play.
Yeah, on rough estimation, I think.
Yeah, but point being, over the last 10 years and certainly now, the zeitgeist has been under the sway of the social justice moral framework. And just like when the Christians came in and said, everything must be subservient to my God, I'm as unimpressed as I am when I hear a social justice warrior go, everything must be subservient to my socio-political jargon.
Yeah.
or the people. That's one that, or diversity, equity, and inclusion is the new one, the new abbreviation.
I don't have anything else to say. Do you, Dom?
No, banana.
Okay. Yeah. 1 second. Let me get to the tab. Banana.
That's rather offensive. So what are you doing to stop this kind of behavior in your community?
When people misuse a term, I get very, very autistically and obsessive compulsively upset about it. I spurred for at least 20 minutes. Brainstormer usually has to stop me before it becomes a 2-hour spurred fest, and then we move on.
Right. Well, to be fair, I'm not really. To be fair, most of the people like I was close to originally when I was in my neighborhood have kind of come and gone. Like, there's only like 3 people I know anymore from like when I was a kid. And I don't talk to anyone else. Like, dude, I don't know if I've told this story, but like, it is kind of sad that I guess my community, it has kind of degraded over the years. Because in 2000s, when I was a kid, right, we used to have like these big block parties. Like my next door neighbor used to throw like these big block parties. Like there were bouncy castles. There was like this giant tray, like giant tables of food and stuff. It was so cool and fun. Like every summer, like for a week, and now we don't do that anymore. Honestly, everyone's just kind of stuck in their homes. No one really talks to each other.
We used to have in like the first or second week of July this thing we called the mile long sale, which was like this massive, like garage sale / yard sale thing.
Oh
flea market.
My city had something similar to that for a festival, like that happened for like a couple weeks.
Yeah, and there was always food and pastries and antiques and records and comics and every other freaking thing.
Funny story about that. 1 year, I think it was 2008. 1 year I'm downtown and there are a bunch of yard sales, right?
Mm-hmm.
I see like this deck of cards, like in one of those like deck card holders, and like the plastic ones that look like the rectangle ones. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's see through, but it's not like a box like a standard deck.
Right. Yeah. It's a card case.
Yeah, it's holding trading cards. I think I told you this before, Dalton. Holding trading cards.
You may have, but it was a while ago.
Holding Marvel trading cards. If anyone's from the 90s, you'll know which ones I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I got those, and I kept those with me. Unfortunately, I did lose them after some time. I have no idea where they went at all.
Curse you, vicissitudes of time.
They were so cool, and I won't lie. If I had been desperate, if I had kept those and I had been desperate, I'm pretty sure I could have sold those to a comic shop.
Mm-hmm. One of my favorite examples of stuff I've gotten at the mile long sale, of which, given my antique collecting and oddity collecting ways, you can be assured has been a lot over the years. But I remember for like 5 or 6 years in a row, at the end of my own driveway, because my own driveway is fucking ridiculously long. It's basically an entire like gravel road unto itself. It rounds a corner next to a like power distribution station, and it's ridiculously long. But at the end of my driveway, there was always this one seller who would sell jewelry, and quite a lot of it was the new agey magical kind of jewelry. And this was about a year, give or take, after I started seriously studying magic. And it was also a year where, and yes, I was into cartoons well into my teens. Shut the fuck up, people who would judge me for that. Where Ben 10, season 1 or 2 came out. They came out fairly concordantly, so it couldn't have been that long apart. But I remember walking down my long-ass gravelly driveway to this jewelry stand, because of course it caught my eye. It was right like at the entrance to my road. And there was a scarab there. It was a yellow scarab, which, for those that don't know, is the Egyptian charm for luck. And I, in my naive, 11 or 12-year-old way, thought it resembled a charm of Bezel from the Ben 10 animated series. Now, mind you, the most famous of those, as anyone who knows Ben 10 knows, is the luck charm that Gwen gets in the episode Lucky Girl from season 1, which I thought this scarab looked like, and I bought it. I started wearing it, and I did research on it, and as it turns out, the thing that I thought looked like the charm of Bezel for luck, it actually turned out to be a symbol for luck. So you can imagine how proud I was and how often I wore that, basically until I got a special magical trinket box for all of my magic adjacent jewelry and collectibles and stuff. And I put it in there. I should one of these days dig it back out again, but not for now. But that was one of my favorite years of the mile long sale, because I was able to spot something obviously magical in this little jewelry stand thing, and it turned out to be not only as magical as I thought it was, but pretty much exactly what I thought it was, or at least as reasonable as could be. So I was a very happy little shit that day.
Right. Okay. Shall we be?
We shall banana.
Okay. Trying to get dramatic effect, but whatever. Fuck me, I guess.
Huh?
No, I was elongating the phrase for dramatic effect, but fuck me, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. A few more general questions. But that's the title for this section, I suppose.
Shouldn't that have gone in the original general question thing then?
I think they're just padding for time now.
Okay, but in terms of organizing the information, if you have a bunch of general miscellaneous questions that you want to get out of the way first, then put them all in one section.
Frankly, I would have left the general questions at the end and not done a first part.
Yeah, maybe do all the specific questions first and then go and now for some miscellaneous ones that we couldn't fit anywhere else or something.
It's weird. I don't know what they think.
It just seems weird to split up the general question section into two sections.
4 minutes of this too.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Well, 4 minutes and 10 seconds, I guess.
Anyway,
but now.
What is the number of followers, the number of likes, the number of dislikes, the number of retweets, the number of subscribers, any of those numbers, any of those metrics? What have they got to do with the argument? Deepak Chopra, for example, a man who trots out an endless stream of...
Okay, I do have something to say about this, just because of my own personal opinion. You can, right? Personally, I don't think it really matters. I don't think it matters, really. That's because I'm not really in it about that, because I'm just more about making quality content and stuff. So I somewhat agree with him, but to be fair, he has not presented an argument, like a question yet to be answered. He's more building it up. Well, yeah. Actually, to be fair, it did technically ask a question. I mean,
yeah. The thing about this is, gee, Phil, roughly the same thing the number of degrees or the number of years spent in college mean to the argument, i.e. sweet fuck all. And the reason I point that out is I have a strong suspicion, a very strong suspicion indeed, that despite the fact that Dr. Christy Winters here cannot be asked to say anything meaningful within her questions, you nevertheless take her presumptions and framework on the academic equivalent of faith because she has a degree. However, you understand the notion of appeals to authority when it comes to criticizing subscribers, followers, retweets, etc. And I agree with you. Those things don't matter, but neither do all the fancy degrees matter to the argument, because in either case, it's a ad hominem. But unlike a lot of ad hominems, it's an ad hominem to the affirmative, i.e. an appeal to authority, which means you take someone seriously based on the amount of clout they have or the amount of powerful things they've demonstrated rather than their actual argument. And in any case, whether it's an ad hominem to the negative, i.e. you're the wrong kind of person, therefore you're wrong, or it's an ad hominem to the affirmative, i.e. you have all these shiny fancy degrees or these followers, therefore you must be right. In either case, it's fucking stupid, because I don't care about the meat puppet that's expressing the ideas. I care about the strength and internal consistency and structural integrity of the ideas themselves. So I'm willing to put down the subscriber counts and the number of retweets and the number of followers and all that shit if you and your ilk are as equally willing to put down the degrees and the academic pomp and circumstance. But I have a very strong suspicion that you're not willing to do that on your end. Even though, I think broadly speaking, we would agree. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if I presented this to Phil Moriarty, he would say, you know what? Yeah, that's a fair point, that's fine. Maybe he would say that. And if he did say that, all the more power to him. I take back everything I've said. But if we're going to play the game of no ad populum, no appeals to authority, and no ad hominem in the affirmative or the negative, then we can put down the subscriber count and the followers and the retweets and the blah and the blah and the blah. If you in turn will also put down the look at the glory of my academic degrees argument, because in any case, these are arguments about the numbers or the clout attached to us personally, you or I personally, Phil, or Brainstormer and you personally, Phil, and has bumfuck nothing to do with the argument, you see. Therefore, let's put down the numbers, put down the abacuses, put down the scrolls of higher learning, and just address the arguments like Socrates would have demanded of us. How about that, Phil? And yes, Deepak Chopra is a bit of a shyster. I will say I read one book of his that I found to be vaguely useful. It was a book of his that he wrote in kind of an Arthurian context and used Arthurian legends and Arthurian stories as a means to talk about like Hinduism and Buddhism and the things he normally talks about. I found that to be at least interesting, and it was an interesting look at like the Arthurian mythos, and from like a mystical perspective it was fine. But yeah, I understand that he gets very, very culty, very, very self-helpy, and very, very woo-woo at times. So I'm willing to disavow Deepak Chopra as well. Quite frankly, I think he does mystics, gurus, and yogis a disservice for the most part. But I'll keep his one decent book on Arthurian shit because it was cool. Not because he wrote it or anything, just because it was an interesting take on the Arthurian mythos and had some decent philosophy worked in there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think he realized he did it, but he did it. Banana.
Yeah.
Of pseudoscientific quantum woo bollocks has nearly 3 million followers. So what? Those people follow him because he tells them what they want to hear. Why even mention the number of followers you have? What difference does it make?
Why is it that you go
the
on
number of degrees? Just again, consistent to your principle would be nice, Phil. Or should I call you Professor Moriarty? Because again, my inner Sherlock Holmes fanboy is relishing the chance to actually match wit with an actual Professor Moriarty. Granted, it's Phil Moriarty and not James Moriarty, but I'm taking it. God damn it!
Right. No, I got nothing. Not really. No, I don't have anything. I'm good.
Which I guess makes Brainstorm or Watson in this case. Jesus Christ. I'm being very generous to all parties involved here, I think.
Actually, I feel like it's a disservice to Watson to compare him to me.
Oh, hush.
I'm not a doctor, nor do I have the heart to be a soldier.
Oh, you.
But yeah, banana or
yes, banana.
Okay.
Go on and fucking on about safe spaces and trigger warnings and delicate little flowers, but continue to hide behind your cartoon avatars and your childish pseudonyms. And whenever anyone calls you out on your sexist, racist, homophobic, bigoted rhetoric, you become the argument of your own scorn and are hashtag triggered, as they say.
Okay, one of you guys coined that shit. No offense, just. But also, to be fair, I'm not really about like this because I feel like they're just talking politics, right? I'm not really about that. Again, I'm more on like the kind of entertainment area of like this kind of deal. Nolan has his hands in multiple pies. I don't know the what's the phrase.
No, you got it right. Hands in multiple pies is a perfectly appropriate analogy. And yes, I do.
I think it's fingers, but.
Oh yeah, but either way works. But in any case,
my thing is like, I'm literally just a guy who talks about like comics and movies and stuff. And for one thing, I like my privacy. And like I've talked about my life here and stuff, but I really try not to give much away about my life just because again, I don't want people coming to my house and bugging me. Just I like just kind of having like my own life, like privacy, like. And again, like people also like I feel like this is also forgotten. Is like they're also personas as well. Like celebrities aren't like they are in the comfort of their own home as they are in like the public eye.
Granted, for some it's a longer walk than others. Some people are just more comfortable versions of their already extant personalities, like myself.
Okay. That's fair. Like Keanu Reeves seems like.
Keanu seems like the kind of guy who never needed to turn it on and can't turn it off anyway.
Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't find the words.
Same with Johnny Depp. He seems pretty much the same in public eye as he is in real life, and if nothing else, the Johnny Depp Amber Heard scandal made him incredibly sympathetic.
Right. But yeah, I just have like the image of the Batman Who Laughs with like sunglasses because I thought it was cool. They were actually supposed to be 3D glasses, like old 3D glasses, but I couldn't. It didn't look right, so I just changed the filter to black and white, and that's been my image.
And as for me, my name is Dalton Lee Mortimer, otherwise known as the Authenticator here on YouTube. I chose that name because it serves a particular function, i.e. someone who holds value judgments and value claims to a rational evaluative standard. And if it weren't for the fact that StreamYard seems to have lost my camera permissions for the last few weeks, you'd be seeing my face right now. So you can take that argument about cartoon avatars and pseudonyms and shove it up your ass, Michael. And who put you in charge of the arbitration of what is and is not childish, Michael Rollins? Seriously, because you're kind of not wearing a shirt right now, and that strikes me as kind of lazy, hippie, trippy bullshit.
I think he was wearing like a monk robe. I saw the thing slinged over his shoulder.
Yeah, I can't tell if that's a robe or a towel or whatever the fuck, but in any case, it's very like 1960s hippie trippy flower power woo bullshit, and it doesn't. Yeah, I will go and adjust the cat, and I will be back. But needless to say, Michael Rollins, I have no shame in revealing my face and name because people knew me by my face and name long before I actually had the wherewithal to get my channel together. So I've rendered myself undoxable by essentially doxing myself right to begin with.
Right. And I'm the brainstorm pop culture simply because that's what I do. I don't know if it's a really cool name. That's how I come up with a lot of names. I think it's cool. But yeah, I just like on my actual channel, which is the name Brainstorm Pop Culture, I just come up with like rewrite ideas for movies and stuff or TV shows that I feel like could have been done better. Or I pitch ideas for like movies and stuff of properties that I don't have roles for. You know, I do what I call effectively glorified fan fiction. And yeah, it just seems to stick. And again, like I just like my privacy. I just kind of chill, you know. And really, the only people I've told like online are really Dalton, who I am, and that's because I trust him and he's my friend. So
much appreciated, by the way.
Yeah. So there are reasons why some people don't broadcast their identity online. And I think what's his name again?
The guy that asked this most recent question?
Yeah.
Michael Rollins.
Mr. Rollins. I think you're overlooking that fact.
Also, not to completely shit on your point or anything, but if you have such a problem with people hiding behind cartoon avatars and childish pseudonyms, why didn't you ever mention any of this to Triciosity or Ranting Feminists? The woman with the Liechtenstein art piece is her profile picture, or the woman with like the little blue-haired sketch lady is her profile picture.
Or how about this? Is gonna be like, again, I don't like, I talked about like the problem with generalizing and stuff, but like there are countless like quote unquote SJWs on Twitter or various social media websites that have avatars of either drawings of themselves or cartoon characters or whatever. So again, like that's the issue that is kind of arisen here. That is the hypocrisy. Maybe,
yeah, and also
unknowingly, maybe he does it unknowingly, but still.
Yeah, it's when you put it under logical scrutiny for more than 5 seconds, it devolves into nothingness.
Yeah.
Anyway, banana.
1 sec. Okay. Yep.
Are you willing to publicly acknowledge and admonish the massive amount of hatred, bullying, harassment, and intimidation that a lot of your fans infringe upon people? And I don't mean these tiny disclaimers that you put under the description folder, flash for 2 seconds at the beginning of the video that you know nobody reads. I mean a public and ongoing anti-bullying stance. Or
depends on how you define bullying, hatred, and harassment now, doesn't it?
Like, again, just on general premise alone, no one should really be for that.
No. And in reality, no one is. What we're running into is a disagreement as to what constitutes bullying.
Yeah, true. What is
angrily shouting at the top of your lungs, "Go get raped in a fire," is not bullying. It's banter and exasperation and somebody being a little bit of an edgy prat.
Yeah, and again, hypocrisy is very notable. Their side has done that many times. Like, I can't think of examples off the top of my head but I know there have been cases. Mainly because this kind of thing, to me, has never really popped up, and so I can't think of an example.
They bullied Joss Whedon. They bullied Stephen Fry. They bullied J.K. Rowling on a now almost regular basis. Although, to be fair, that was many years before, after this was published.
I don't know if I should bring Nicholas Sandmann. Does that count? Or
I mean, that was mostly the media, but yeah, I'd say if it counts for anything, it counts for this. So sure.
I mean, if they're talking about like
Dave Chappelle, John Cleese,
actually,
Richard Dawkins.
I mean, to be fair, go to any fandom, like modern fandom.
Mm-hmm.
Just like anyone who has been in a fandom that's gotten out of hand over a lot of things. The shipping community, actually,
yeah, and let's not even talk about how much crossover there is between the fandom shipping community and the current crop of SJWs.
Yeah, it's a weird thing, I don't want to get into that just because it's a whole topic in of itself. So, but also again, and it's gonna be weird, and I would honestly hope. I hope you can help me kind of clarify this, Dalton. But the people that have those fans that do that kind of stupid shit are not in control of those people, are not responsible for those people's actions.
No.
I mean, there can be if someone, again, there's technicality of someone says do this, has their fans do something stupid like that.
Mm-hmm.
But that is a very rare thing, and I've never really seen that done. And because, to be fair, most people I've seen, in terms of creators on YouTube or something, are...
Well, the fundamental issue is YouTubers don't control their audience. The audience makes the YouTuber successful.
Yeah.
I don't know where they're getting this idea that the YouTuber is the speaker at a podium or something, and they have absolute control over everyone who ever listens to them ever.
I mean, it's weird because I think there are certain YouTubers that can do that and have done that, but not to my general knowledge of any YouTuber.
The comedian isn't responsible for the heckler who heckles him.
Yeah.
The teacher isn't accountable for the class clown. The rock star isn't at fault when the auditorium full of people get it out of hand and start doing, mosh pits everywhere. I don't know where you're getting this idea that hosts or creators are responsible for their audience and that their audience is accountable to them. In actuality, it's very much the same thing tomorrow. If every single person who subscribed to my channel realized they hated me tomorrow, I would be reduced to nothing and irrelevance in the space of about 5 seconds. Whereas if I decide that I hate every single one of my audience members for whatever reason tomorrow, they won't be any the wiser unless I make a point of showing it, which would be stupid, which is another aspect of this that kind of permeates fan culture. It might be wise not to claim some sort of moral authority over the people that like you, because then they might cease to like you. because nobody likes to be lectured, especially not by someone who they came to for insight, entertainment, education, or otherwise. Anyway, banana.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you kind of like watching your fans go around harassing people and calling them slurs and telling them to kill themselves? You kind of like it, don't you? I mean, if that's your thing, I guess that's just what you're into. Just makes you a dick.
Why do you find it so hard to...
I'm sorry.
Yeah, never has happened in my life, and I hope it never will.
Yeah. Like, fucking.
And if one of my fans ever does that, I will be standing with the person they are bullying, unless what you call bullying does not constitute bullying. Because this is the problem. We all agree that bullying is bad, harassment is bad, and so on and so forth. What we're disagreeing about is where is the threshold between ribbing, criticism, angry or dramatic outbursts, and harassment or bullying. Where is that threshold at? Because where that threshold is for one person might be different from another person. And how the fuck is the second person supposed to read the mind of the first person?
Right. I will also say this. It is hard to tell how people are speaking when it's on a tweet, like online, when it's written. I mean, in some ways you can tell, but sometimes it's hard.
It's very hard to distinguish between sarcasm and sincere advocacy sometimes.
Yeah. Like in text, Like if anyone's seen Key and Peele and seen that that sketch where like they're texting each other. It's that like it's like, again, it's hard to tell what someone's like trying to say through just letters, like just words written down.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I always try to be like very concise and with every like letter or something I write or message.
Usually you can tell when I'm being sarcastic because I'll use a lot of phrases like "oh really" or "sure that is," or
Or you use GIFs.
Yeah.
Use a lot of GIFs. Anyway,
memes give appropriate context a lot of the time.
Yeah. I don't really have anything else to say. You?
Nope. Next point. Banana.
Just makes you a dick.
Why do you find it so hard to believe that feminists are being harassed online?
Do you understand the key?
Okay.
Okay. There are two avenues for this. Avenue one is we dispute that they are noteworthily or disproportionately harassed, because the bargain basement assumption of most internet users is everyone on the internet gets harassed by someone sometime. Everyone is subject to harassment. What's wrong with your assumption is that you assume only feminists get harassed online and therefore claim special moral dispensation for it. The other avenue is because when we ask them to prove they're being harassed, they refuse to show us any evidence they are. Or they show us evidence, and then when we dispute that actually constitutes evidence or not of the thing they're accusing the person of, they shut down and claim that we're part of the harassment now for not seeing their message in the same way they saw it or interpreting it slightly differently. That's the other half. Half one is we don't. Literally everyone is harassed online at some point. Part number two is if you want us to believe you're disproportionately harassed, then you must provide a disproportionate amount of evidence to that claim. Because extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, as per Hitchens. Moving on, unless you had a thing.
Uh, yeah. Yeah. Just the. I was also gonna like say victim. What's that word? Fuck. There's a word. I want to call it victim baiting, but I don't know if that's the exact word as well. That could also be a possibility. But there's also like the lack of proof and stuff that they never like.
Virtue signaling.
No. That's that's a totally different thing. Yeah, well, like they're looking for the attention is the thing. I'm not saying they can't get harassed. Honestly, like again, both sides get harassed. That happens. I'm not denying that.
It's a factor of the internet.
Oh.
Moving on. Hello? Brainstormer?
Dalton, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
God damn it. Okay, can you hear me now? Hello? 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 Oh, there he goes. I hope it was on his end and not mine. One is the loneliest that you'll ever do. Two can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest number. It's the number one. One can be sad as that you'll ever. One can be the loneliest that you'll ever know. For one is the loneliest number. And one is the lone. And two can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest number. It's the number one. For one is the loneliest numb. One is the loneliest. Damn. Be taking Brainstormer a bit to come back in. Hope you guys can hear at least me, otherwise this whole thing is moot at this point. Both moot and mute. Lol. And the consolation is, if it is, then I have just spared you all that terrible joke. If not, then my pun is vindicated. Huzzah. Hello.
Yeah, sorry. Internet went a little wonky for me.
I see.
Yeah, all I had to do, I just had to like log out and log back in.
Yay.
So you were in the middle of talking?
Where did I stop?
I'll be honest, I was busy. I forgot because I was busy like trying to like get everything brought in one.
Okay, but yeah, the long and short of it, darling, is there are two vectors here. There's the vector of literally everyone gets harassed and you haven't demonstrated that you're disproportionately affected by it. And the second vector is when you claim harassment, people ask you to see images of harassment so as to lend evidence to your claim, and you either refuse to show it or show something that people then dispute as evidence, because their definition of harassment is different from your definition of harassment. These are the two sort of sides of this argument, and why people often dispute feminists when they say they've been harassed. Because either A, they get harassed no worse than literally everybody else on the internet, B, they refuse to show evidence of harassment when it happens, or C, the evidence they do eventually show does not constitute harassment in the minds of most people, and therefore they're told things like, lighten up, it's not so bad, or you were just trolled, or gently joked around with. These are kind of the three vectors of that whole rigmarole, and why your question presumably exists. Glad I could help you clear that up. Anyway, Banana.
Yep. Yeah.
Do you understand the key importance of reproducibility and repeatability in scientific research? That simply going to Google Scholar, doing a 30-second search for keywords and pulling out the first paper you find that backs up your stance is not a particularly credible way to do research. That you have to have a much broader overview to read the material.
Okay, I'm sorry. This guy's what?
Professor of mathematics, I believe.
Mathematics.
Yes.
Okay. You know what? Everyone comes in different shapes and sizes, so that also includes SJWs.
Phil Moriarty, a frequent guest on the channel's number file and 60 symbols, or he was.
I don't really
at
care.
the time.
I don't really care. Well, one thing, I don't do that in terms of research, which it feels insulting that he's accusing that. Granted, I'm sure people do that. I'm sure.
Yeah, and it is intellectually dishonest and lazy and partisan and begging your own question and blah 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 blah.
I'm
fair enough.
Again, sorry. I mean, it's been a few years since I'm 22 now. I'm 18 is when I graduated, so 4 years. It's been 4 years. Wow.
How the time does fly.
Yeah.
I graduated in 2013, and it's been almost 10 years. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Fuck, I had it. Yeah, like most of schooling, like we were forced to do research and do work. It was grueling as hell, and I honestly despised it, because it wasn't interesting. But yeah, I don't like, even when I do on like subjects that I do like, which honestly, in which is what's the word? Inspires me to do more research into. Yeah, I don't not do research. I mean, granted, I don't like study. If it comes to like certain topics of such, like when it comes to like academic essays and stuff, sure, I will kind of skim articles that I've looked up. Mainly because those articles are super fucking long and honestly repeat themselves at times. Like, even when I printed them out so I could like read them, so like I'm not constantly like pure, they're like 5, maybe 10 pages long of an article. You know, but yeah, like again, like it is somewhat insulting to again be accused
to be generally accused of being essentially intellectually illiterate.
Yeah.
And incidentally, the answer to this question, Phil, is meta-analyses. One meta-analysis can account for 10 individual papers. However, if every single academic operates within the same worldview, and that worldview happens to be faulty, it doesn't matter how much peer review or academic and intellectual consensus you can draw. Again, I'll give the example of Dr. Ignace Semmelweis, the man who, despite the then widely held position of the nervous excitation theory of disease and whatever remained of the four humors theory, discovered that washing your hands before operating on patients reduced deathbed infections and childbed death syndrome by a factor of, I believe it was like 50 to 60%, or something along those lines. And he was laughed at and mocked by the intellectual elite and scientific establishment of his time, even though he could demonstrate readily that what he did worked objectively and empirically. And he died penniless, broken, and alone because he had been shunned by the entire academic establishment. Not because there was anything fallacious or wrong about hand washing as a medical practice, but because everyone was operating under one single consistent framework, and that framework happened to be folly. So, in many ways, it doesn't matter how much consensus various academics can draw between each other if they all happen to be making the same mistakes, and the person reading the article can notice and critique those mistakes. It doesn't matter how much intellectual or academic authority someone has. Just like when Socrates walked up to a king or an emperor and started asking them questions about truth, justice, fairness, and the like, and they didn't have any good or answers for him because they hadn't thought about it beyond what the dogmas and scriptures of the day showed, he was well within his rights to show that person to be a buffoon because they were a buffoon. And just like when 1,000 gender studies courses or social justice courses all come to the mutually the same conclusion, doesn't mean that conclusion is any more credible if it has fundamental logical or philosophical errors baked into its foundational premises. But as a general rule, I agree. Individual studies mean jack shit nothing, all other things being equal. Whenever possible, it's best to deal in terms of meta-analyses, but again, this contains the problem of if everyone in a given academic field is wrong about something, and they're all agreed on that wrong thing, then consensus means jack shit, and peer review essentially means jack shit.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, banana.
To follow the citations through, to look at the broad brush approach to a particular problem. You do realize that you're as much of a social justice warrior as those you critique. It's just that you've espoused a different form of social justice, a rather less considerate, rather less forgiving, rather less kind form of social justice.
Oh, fuck you.
Yes.
That's my knee-jerk reaction. Let me expound on that. Again, the glaring hypocrisy on that.
Yeah.
Because
and
I don't see any kindness.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like I don't see any kindness. I don't see understanding. I see a mob mentality of us versus them with a lot of SJWs.
Pearl-clutching puritanical witch hunts under a different dress.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, again, it just boils my blood because the hypocrisy is so goddamn just fucking glaring. It's
in the immortal words of the great Sam Jackson, consistency, motherfuckers, do you speak it?
Paraphrased, of course.
Yes, but I have had it with these motherfucking hypocrisies in these motherfucking videos. There. Again, once more paraphrasing the great and noble Sam Jackson.
Yeah. I'm sorry, like I get what he was trying to say at the beginning, but again, it's somewhat that passive aggressive insulting that, and again, the hypocrisy of it all is that
I have presupposed that I am better than you position.
Like, how many times have people like that don't agree with their ideology been called like a woman or a person of color have been internalized racism, internalized like ousted that, blacklisted that person.
Yeah, the minority card that they had by rights was removed from them because either you agree with our framework and our definition of you, or you secretly hate yourself and have been turned against your own kind and have Stockholm syndrome. That's essentially what internalized hatred means.
So that's compassionate. That's kind. That's understanding. Really?
Yes, because it's for your own good, you see, and the greater good, and therein lies the fucking problem.
I've made my opinions known about the greater good, like the.
We both have the ends do not justify the means, and the only time you need the ends to justify the means is when you know the means are shit. So don't bother. But in any case, Phil, I have a very specific definition of what I mean when I say social justice. I have expounded on it several times throughout this video, but I will expound on it once more with feeling for your pleasure. Social justice warrior is a shorthand for moralizing sociocultural authoritarian. I don't want anyone's morality to be infecting public discourse. I don't want anyone's morality to be warping art out of recognition of anything resembling meritocracy or equality. I don't want anyone's morality to be guiding public policy and everything from academia to journalism to fucking education to every major corporation in the Western world, thank you, because of HR and PR departments being absolutely lousy with this shit. I don't want interdisciplinary humanities to be an absolute fucking counterproductive laughingstock that does nothing but make its practitioners dumber and make the stereotype of the hoity-toity airy-fairy philosopher who doesn't know anything meaningful more and more true by the second. You people have taken away my beloved philosophy from me with exactly this bullshit. This bullshit that says Hegel and Foucault and Sartre and Derrida and Baudrillard and fucking Marcel Duchamp are somehow smarter and more insightful to the human condition than Kant, Aristotle, Socrates, or even hell. I don't agree with Descartes on almost anything either, but Descartes is a better philosopher than any of that whole German stroke French wing of philosophy in the last 200 years or so. And I can say that because I actually do love philosophy. I love the humanities. I think we need them desperately. I think there does need to be a means of obtaining rational, logical reason, objective reason, without the restrictions and obsessions of science. Because science is a fantastic method for understanding causation, but it says nothing about logic, reason, calculation for its own sake, or how any of this is supposed to actually be used or useful to anyone ever. These are questions you need philosophy for, but you cannot get them using the Hegelian dialectic, using Marxist theory, using the Frankfurt School, using Foucault and Sartre and fucking, well, Nietzsche to a lesser degree. I don't mind Nietzsche quite so much, but then again, that was because my teacher was one of the country's foremost experts on Nietzsche when he taught me, but that was not there. But point being, this entire modernist wing of philosophy that says there is no such thing as objectivity, there is no such thing as logic, there is no need to adhere to logical, coherent, internally consistent standards or universally applicable standards or non-dichotomous or non-false dichotomous standards. This whole wing of modern philosophy that you and your ilk are lousy with and are making every other discipline lousy with by way of interdisciplinary studies usually, can get fucked. And I want my beloved humanities back because we're going to need them. Because I don't know if you've ever seen Jurassic Park, Professor Moriarty, but philosophy is exactly what Dr. Malcolm was talking about when he said you got so carried away with whether or not you could do X, Y, or Z that you didn't stop to think that whether you should. And should, in a logical, non-religious, non-abstract, non-metaphysical context, is very much the domain of philosophy alone. And the more you guys corrupt philosophy, the more I am going to push back against you. And the more you guys corrupt art along the way, the more I'm going to push back against you. Because art is one of the... Philosophy tells us why we're alive. Art gives us a reason to continue being so in hard times. And the more you two chuckleheads come after that shit, the more I am going to use my every waking breath to dismantle every piss-weak argument you can come out with. And you know what? It's become so easy that it's fun, because you guys have become, to your horror, the new cathedral, with all the dogma, all the moralism, all the words for original sin, all the indignation, all the puritanism, as did any medieval church philosopher like Augustine or Aquinas. And I know how fucked up Aquinas was, don't get me wrong, but you guys have become exactly that degree of fucked up. The fact that you're secular, and the fact that you swapped out the word sin for the word problematic, and you swapped out the devil for patriarchy, doesn't mean jack shit to me. It's nothing but swap out the MacGuffin, swap out the fucking terminology, and hope that nobody notices that the argument is the exact goddamn same. Well, it is, and I have had it up to here with it, and so have the arts, so has journalism, and so has every other fucking institution you people have co-opted. Fuck all the way off. We are not social justice warriors. We advocate for freedom of association and freedom from association as and when morality is concerned. Morality should be a personal, private, preferably rationally informed matter for an individual to guide their individual actions. They have no place in the social justice sphere. End of. I don't care if you're a fundamentalist Christian or a dyed-in-the-wool new atheist secularist, your morality is not the greatest thing in the universe, and it doesn't get to control the rest of the universe, no matter how much you wish it did. Fuck off. Moving on.
Okay. No.
Identify as an ally.
Hold on. Sorry.
As an ally.
Sorry. Yep.
justice.
If you identify as an egalitarian, then I'm interested in your take on the usefulness of the concept of the original position as laid out by John Rawls in his theory of justice.
As a supporter,
Okay, I knew this question was coming. This was the only question I had to do a brief amount of homework for, Christy, because I wanted to make sure I wasn't getting my philosophical concepts mixed up. But the long and the short of it is, John Rawls' Veil of Ignorance, otherwise known as the original position, is essentially a thought experiment whereby a person is asked to imagine that they are on the planet before their own birth, and that they are consciously aware, they understand, like you can see everything about the world that you're about to go into, and you get to pick the society you wind up in. But you don't know what you're actually going to look like, be like, or act like when you get down there, i.e., you are a disembodied intelligence without a body or a mind yet, technically. And the notion of the veil of ignorance is essentially supposed to be the best society is one in which any random person could come into it and still be treated well and fairly and be given the most fervent quality of life. And I don't know why you're evoking it here, other than to go neener. I know a philosophical concept that you don't know. Other than perhaps to suggest that you think feminism is the answer to John Rawls' veil of ignorance riddle. At which point I will laugh hysterically in your face, because feminism dichotomizes fucking everything based on identity. So there is no way in hell that modern-day intersectional social justice feminism, as influenced as it is by the Hegelian dialectic and that entire wing of German and French philosophy we call the Frankfurt School, could possibly meet Rawls' standard or Kant's standard. And I'm going to evoke Immanuel Kant, because Kant had a very similar moral principle that he referred to as the categorical imperative, i.e., never advocate anything unless you would advocate it becoming a universal law. And by that standard, and also Rawls' veil of ignorance standard, the most egalitarian standard I could possibly derive is one in which people are allowed to be individuals capable of making their own free, informed, qualitative choices. I will allow for a base minimum quality of life, like in the Scandinavian countries, like Andrew Yang's UBI, like that sort of thing, like Medicare for all, like all those good, lefty things that I do actually advocate for. Because my thinking is, you don't need to tear down the rich, you need to bring up the poor. If every poor person, if the poorest of the poor, if the most lowly of the homeless lived the way modern, like lower middle class to middle class people live, our society would be the next best thing to utopia, and the closest thing I think we can reasonably get, given the variables and grotesqueries of human nature, could possibly have. That, and maybe a version of the Star Trek style replicator born out of the modern 3D printer, which is where I expect, if a replicator style device is going to come from anywhere, it's going to come from a hyper evolved, hyper advanced version of 3D printing, probably one that can actually 3D print using molecules that can get out of the freaking air, most likely, and distribute them accordingly. But in any case, I will give you that we should allow for a Scandinavian style social democracy. I will give you we should have a minimum wage that is tied to inflation, so that it actually controls the same amount of spending power regardless of inflation. I will give you that we probably should have some kind of freedom dividend or universal basic income to kind of buttress the lower times in life, and it should be a universal thing, so it's not classified as an entitlement. I would give you all of that, but I will not give you the feminist framework, the Hegelian framework, the Frankfurt School framework, or anything resembling the Marxist framework. I will not give you those frameworks. Not on your life, not on any bugger's Nelly, because those philosophies, whether it's Benito Mussolini, Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, or anywhere in between, those philosophies will inexorably lead to disaster on a scale that almost no other philosophy in human history could possibly maintain. And therefore, it has no place in either Kant's categorical imperative or John Rawls' veil of ignorance hypothetical. What does is some kind of populist, libertarian, humanistic, non-interventionist civic nationalism. That's with elements of social democracy. That is the win state, if you're looking for it. And we'll get there by way of the things I just mentioned, coupled with quite a lot of egalitarianism.
You done?
Yep.
Okay. I was worried you were going to go on a rant there.
No, it's just I specifically did research for this question to make sure I remembered my philosophy 101 correctly. And I did, but it was still a worthwhile exercise to double check. So I wanted to give her a meaningful answer to this question because partially I think she asked it just to intellectually flex over everyone and go, I know a philosophical concept none of you are gonna know. Ha 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 ha. You're not as intellectual as you think you are. Ha 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 ha. Well, bitch. Or should I say, Dr. Winters, you may consider yourself accurately and adequately answered there.
Doctor.
Yes, she is a doctor. She has a degree in sociology. Dr. Christy Winters.
Dude, the only thing you should have a degree to be a doctor is medicine.
Well,
that's what I think, at least. That's the only reason why someone should be called a doctor.
I mean, in an ideal world, I can see your point, but I've known enough decent philosophy professors and professors of other things that probably do deserve to be called doctor. Granted, for every one of them, there's 5 Phil Moriartys and 2 Christy Winters, so God help us all, but nevertheless,
anyway,
yes, I believe I've adequately answered your condescending and probably gotcha related question, didn't I, Christy? So on we move, Dr. Winters. Banana.
As a supporter, as a proponent of freedom of speech, why do you want to quash academic freedom? If you're not familiar with the concept of academic freedom, it's worth, in the UK at least, looking up the 1988 Education Reform Act and seeing what that says about the rights of academics to put across unpopular opinions.
What?
I'm sorry, but it's not exactly an unpopular opinion when it's literally part of the fucking education. And not even just in philosophy classes. It's in every fucking class of colleges.
Yeah, it started in what's called cross-disciplinary studies, specifically so that it could become.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Don. Please, something else. Again, the blatant hypocrisy on the fact that if we bring up something, they'll tell us to shut the fuck up.
But when it's on their turf, it's my academic freedom. And incidentally, the reason why it is worthwhile to have external evaluators for academia is because when everyone shares the same worldview and the same consensus, it breeds things like dogma, orthodoxy, and in this particular case, moralism. And it isolates the world of academe from the rest of the world of people whose lives they're going to be influencing with all of their abstract theoretical woo. And I'm sorry, but have we fallen so far from the principles of people like Socrates and Aristotle, the original founders of the original goddamn universities, at least in the Western world, thank you, to not allow for questioning. And what's more, unpopular means what in this case? Unpopular with the plebs, unpopular with the normal people, unpopular with the peasantry, or unpopular with the academics? Because academics tend to be rather harsh with people who buck their orthodoxy, you see. Because there is no such thing as a universally unpopular or definitively unpopular opinion. If a large enough group of people accept it as gospel, then it becomes popular, at least among their social circle. And no matter how much it becomes popular in their social circle, it may still remain unpopular outside of their social circle. This is the problem of this academic freedom notion of yours. It allows for academia at large to become closed off to the rest of the world and form what essentially amounts to an intellectual aristocracy and a single all-encompassing worldview, usually expressed in the form of cross-disciplinary studies and the like. Now, given that the rest of the people, the rest of the world, are the questioners, are the Socratic element in this situation, if you truly were honest-to-goodness university faculty that you claim to be, you would welcome people with different worldviews. You would welcome people who could subject your ideas to scrutiny. Because here's the thing. If your ideas were not flawed, if your ideas genuinely held up to scrutiny, then you would have nothing to fear from scrutiny. Because somebody would come to you with a bullshit argument, you would be able to explain to them why that argument was bullshit, and then you would carry on as normal. But, on the other hand, though, if the plebs and the peasants are at least street smart enough to poke holes in your lattice of abstract woo, then you have to go back to the drawing board, and the uneducated peasants, armed only with their Socratic common sense, were able to unravel at least a century, if not more's, worth of academic jargon and abstraction. And that is why, in this particular case, some oversight over the halls of academe might be necessary, because what is unpopular with the peasants may be very popular indeed with the aristocracy, and what is unpopular with the aristocracy may indeed be very popular among the peasants. The only way to prevent the stratification from occurring is to expose both to each other at regular intervals, and we can't do that if they're both sectioned off into their own little bubble of civilization. Do you see? Banana.
Yeah, sorry, I was doing something off screen real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, banana.
Why are you so obsessed with Anita Sarkeesian?
Do you really think you...
Oh.
Because she actively espouses an ideology which will ruin everything artistic it touches, up to and including, but not limited to, video games. And art is one of the things that makes life worth living, therefore it is worth fighting for, especially on philosophical terms, doubly especially when her entire framework is based on philosophical falsehoods and half-truths and false dichotomies, which we are instructed in Philosophy Day 1 to defenestrate. Defenestrate all false dichotomies. They are not useful and they are fallacious. But incidentally, I'm not interested in Anita Sarkeesian at all as a person. I am, however, interested in her ideas and why her ideas are so catching among the games industry, the comic book industry, the television industry, the movie industry, the novel industry, and every other kind of fucking art there basically is to be mass consumed by a public.
Yeah, personally, from my opinion, unless you have anything else to add, Dalton.
Go ahead.
All right. I mean, yeah, basically what he said. Effectively, I wouldn't probably put in the exact same wording. To be fair,
Mhm.
but yeah, it just seems like her ideas, just seem to be very like caught fire somehow among the creatives of like the video game industry, comic book industry, entertainment industry as a whole. And as I said earlier, I mostly like work in, well, not literally in the sense, but in terms of like this thing we do. Like, I don't want to say culture war. I don't. I'm on the fence about that thing. I do videos and stuff, and just where like I talk about like these concepts and ideas that can work if people put a little more thought, a little more extra in it, and stuff. And my major issue is more so the inclusion, the ideas of diversity and inclusion, which seem to be very, at least in the concept of definition, like the definitions they have from those ideas from Anita Sarkeesian, are not diverse, are not really inclusive, not in a way that really matters, like diversity of thought.
They're inclusive in terms of identity and color palette, but not in terms of ideas or
diversity of thought,
worldviews.
Beliefs. Yeah, worldviews. Thank you, Don. And it makes stories it makes the stories and product, which is what it is for either a TV show, a comic, or a video game. It's a product which is meant to be sold. Granted, video games have their own like really big issues besides the stupidity of politics injected into it, just on just on an economic thing. I'm not going to get into that because I am not well versed enough to really talk about it, man. Because I'm not a big gamer anymore, because video games have kind of lost their luster to me. It's sad. I'm aware.
Yeah, the last great game I played was Cuphead.
I never played that. I didn't want to play it, honestly. It didn't really grab me.
Well, I'm a easy get for retro cartoon aesthetic and also a little bit of a supernatural element, so it was inevitable that I would like it.
Yeah, I don't know. It just didn't grab me like story wise, which is always something I look into for any type of product. And the reason why the ideas or the ideology proposed by Anita Sarkeesian I find to be detrimental to entertainment is because it doesn't create any interesting stories anymore.
And in fact gets in the way of them like a motherfucker.
Yeah, immensely so. Like to check out check out Captain Marvel, Brie Larson, which is based off Kelly Sue DeConnick and not the original incarnation of the character.
Yeah, not the 80s run, not the 90s run,
or 2000s.
But yeah, not anything essentially leading up to All New, All Different. It's pretty much only the Kelly Sue DeConnick run so far.
Yeah.
Granted, they might learn their lesson in the Marvels, who knows? But
probably not. So. I mean, even Earth's Mightiest Heroes, that was way before Captain Marvel came out. Had Miss Marvel, which was more in line with like the original comics version of the character, which was really cool. It's actually, I won't lie, I had a crush on Miss Marvel from Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Actually, to be fair, I had a crush on pretty much all of the female characters in Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes.
And I must once more color myself as not surprised.
They were really cool. Could you blame me? Like, that show was good.
No, I'm just good-naturedly razzing you, just like I'm sure you would razz me if I said I was attracted to Captain America. Which, Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like, if you're attracted to MCU, I wouldn't be surprised that you're attracted to a lot of versions of Captain America.
Although I will say, I didn't really get Captain America as a character really until First Avenger, and then it clicked.
Yeah, it's fair. But yeah, like again, the diversity inclusion thing and all that. That is the issue. That like it's not even like that's not. Let me rephrase that. The issue is more so the lack of actual substance of that, and it's also acting like this is a new concept that it wasn't done as long as the entertainment industry has been around.
Yeah. There are no Ellen Ripley, Sarah Connors, Dana Barrett.
There's no Static Shock. There's no. I realize this is a weird like Meteor Man. Like this was. I think I told you, and I said this before on stream. Like when Black Panther was coming out when I was in school. I was. There was a discussion happening, right, and like that whole debacle about how Black Panther is only for Black people and all that yada yada.
Never mind Blade, never mind Steel, never mind Spawn.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There were a lot of bad attempts at that, like Steel specifically, because that's a really cool character, and the fact that it's a character that you kind of need to do.
With, yeah, 90s. Oh, 90s.
Yeah, I mean, Spawn wasn't bad, but it wasn't.
It needed about $200 million more.
Also, a better script.
Yeah, and maybe about a half an hour more screen time.
Yeah. But this is gonna be one Meteor Man and Blank Man. If anyone knows those movies.
Yeah, I remember Blank Man.
I actually saw a video essay on that. It was actually a really good one too. But yeah, also Static Shock, the cartoon series.
Hancock.
Yeah, that movie deserves more credit than it does.
Hell, even kind of Men in Black sort of counts because it's still in that kind of pulpy, comic booky sort of vein.
Well, it did have a cartoon, and I think it did have a comic series as well. But yeah, and like I said, like I was trying to have a civil conversation, like mentioned, like Black Panther is not the first black superhero movie, let alone like first black superhero. I mean, in terms of timeline, actually, maybe like in creation of characters.
Yeah, that one's a little bit harder, but even in terms of like MCU adjacent, wasn't Power Man out before Black Panther?
No, that's the 70s. Black Panther was
no, but I mean in terms of like the shows and movies and stuff.
Luke Cage, you mean?
Yeah, Luke Cage. Yeah.
I mean, it's not technically part of the MCU. I think I don't.
Right, but it's in. I mean, for fuck's sake, Charlie Cox is in No Way Home as Matt Murdock, so the lines are getting blurred.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. But again, my point is like, also like, Gargoyles had a female Latina lead, and also Keith David voiced Goliath. So, if you want to make that stupid comparison,
yeah, and he's not white; he's gray. So don't even start that shit.
Yeah, I don't want to make that stupid comparison because they're gargoyles. They don't.
Yeah, never mind being diverse in the racial category. They're not even the same species as us.
Yeah, dude, Demona, dude, was an awesome villain. Also, Xanatos.
Yeah.
God, the 90s.
I liked when they brought the fairies in, and they did fairies really well.
Yeah. But again, my point being is the problem with those ideas is more so the lack of substance that they add. Like they're not.
Yeah, it's never let's make a good thing, and then if we can work some of this in, that's great. It's always we need to make something that services this end, and I guess if it's good, then that might be a good thing, or meritocracy might be a terrible, horrible, really bad, no good thing that we should actively strive to avoid for deconstructionist reasons. Who knows? Which is the other part of it. Not just the identity politics part, but also the art is not meaningful on its own terms. It's meaningful as a means to an end part. The everything needs to be a socio-political and moral showcase part.
Right. So, yeah, the reason why I like the show Static Shock, which is a show I grew up with, was just the atmosphere it had, and also like the characters were really cool and interesting.
Yeah, and it treated children as mature as it could get away with treating them.
Yeah.
And
do you remember the bullying episode? Jimmy?
Was that the one with the gun?
Yeah, Jimmy, I think was it what it's called?
Yeah.
Dude, that was oof.
Yeah.
I will say, like, there are two favorite, like, my favorite character out of the series. It's a weird one. Rubber Band Man.
I'm sure it will come as no surprise to you that I like the Nazi.
Oh yeah, that's actually my favorite episode. Like the introduction episode to Anansi is my favorite episode. Like I think it's Static in Africa is what it's called.
Yeah, I was just so happy to because I actually knew a vague amount about Anansi the Spider and his bag of stories and all that business beforehand. So I was happy because I could geek out a little internally because of the mythology, but also because, and this will surprise no one, but we got a freaking magic user up in the house.
Right. Yeah, and again, like the reason why I like Rubber Band Man is one, I think he could have the way they had that character built up throughout the series, he could have had his own show. Like I am somewhat of a theory and of a belief that if the Static, I don't know, was he canceled? Like
I think it ended around the same time as all the other shows did.
I don't know if it was planned or not. That's the thing.
Yeah, there was just too much of a gap between Static and Batman Beyond that they couldn't really justify bridging the gap. Though that would have been interesting to have seen the transition from Gotham circa the Bruce Wayne era to Gotham circa the Terry McGinnis era.
It's actually supposed to be 2039, I believe, like when it's set in the timeline of the DCAU.
We're already in 2022. The future sucks.
Yeah, really. Anyway,
we were promised hover skateboards and flying cars and hydratable pizzas and God knows what else and Jetsons and World's Fair and yada yada yada. And here we are in 2022, and all we have is political strife and the obligation to say I am not and never have been a Nazi.
Right. But yeah, back to Rubber Band Man. I just love like his redemption story, and also the fact that he is the brother of Ebon, like Static's main villain.
Mm-hmm.
Is super cool.
Ebon was a cool villain too.
He really was. He really was, and I think he was voiced by an actor that I'm a big fan of, who unfortunately passed away, I think, last year.
And surprising no one, anyone who knows me will not find it surprising, but his power, the whole Master of Shadows thing, is cool.
Right, but I'm of fervent belief that if Rubber Band Man had gotten his own series and it was handled by Dwayne McDuffie and the guys who did the DCAU as well, it would have been a really good show.
Probably.
But
him bouncing off, possibly literally and figuratively, Plastic Man would be interesting. That was one we never got in the Justice League Unlimited cartoon with Plastic Man.
We got Elongated Man, which was a cool.
Which I don't mind, but Plastic Man is a little bit more zany, and I kind of like that.
Yeah, that's true.
He stretched things a little bit more.
Right.
But
back on topic. The point being made here is we can talk about all like these quote unquote diverse characters, which are actually diverse in terms of both skin color and denomination, gender, and all that. But the thing that really is diverse for us for like those that kind of raise these questions and arguments against those concepts that are being introduced now of these ideas, like these differing definitions of the like conflicting definitions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is again, we like these characters, like these old characters, because they're differing beliefs, their ideals, how they bounce off
their three-dimensionalness, their seeming autonomy, their ability to stand on their own 2 feet. Like
yeah.
you can tell what these, taking Static as the example, you can tell what Static and friends would do when the camera is switched off. I couldn't tell you in a lot of cases what do the Q-Force do when they have nothing to do? What do the inhabitants of like Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Lower Decks do when they're not busy doing other shit? I could answer you that with Picard. I could answer you that with Kirk even. I could answer you that with Spock in about Heartbeat. But I can't tell you a single thing about what these people do when there isn't a plot to move them forward. I can postulate many examples for Static, for Ellen Ripley, for
Cyborg,
for Karen Murphy, for Sonya. Let's just save time and put all characters from the Dresden Files under one giant heading, because we will be sitting here all day if I have to list them all.
Yeah, but again, point being is that is the issue. That's the issue I have, and I'm sure Dalton does as well. Is again the idea of diversity inclusion today by SJWs that was introduced by Anita Sarkeesian. We don't really have a problem with Anita Sarkeesian herself.
Yeah, but her ideas are stupid and possibly evil.
Yeah, is again like it's kind of like allowing creatives to put in less effort to make a good product.
Or worse, it's making them forget even how to.
Yeah.
Because they're putting the morality first. Put another way. There's a reason why most Pure Flix movies are absolute shit. And that reason is, as any film critic with their salt can tell you, is because they put the religion and the morality and the propaganda and the messaging before story, character, set design, world building, or any of the above. With the possible exception of like Darren Aronofsky's Noah, The Passion of the Christ, and arguably the Samson movie from a couple of years ago. With the possible exception of those 3 things, every Christian propaganda movie, well, and VeggieTales, with the possible exception of those 3 things and VeggieTales, every Christian propaganda thing is moralistic, overwrought, puritanical, saccharine, and never ever risky 3-dimensional or asks its kids to deal with subject matters that are above their heads in any meaningful way. And kids like to be treated like adults as much as you can manage. Kids like to get away with things they know is a little bit naughty, is a little bit risque. That's why shows like Where's the Cowardly Dog, Billy and Mandy, Real Monsters, Invader Zim, that's why all of those were so successful. Because when you, as a kid, when you know the training wheels are off and the safety gloves are off, that's when you actually start to get invested and have fun. And it takes a little bit more 3-dimensionality to get you to that place to begin with. People don't like being on the training wheels. In fact, that's the number one thing that annoys kids when they're kids. When they're really little kids, all they want to do is run free and be crazy and come the adult, and they have to be all wrapped up in wool, all on safety wheels, all with safety gloves and all that shit. And it becomes boring.
We're at 4 hours now. We're 4 hours and 10 minutes, so I feel like
we should wrap it up. But long story short, in the same way that Christian movies are ruined by Christian themes and their adherence to that above the story, the characters, or anything else, so too social justice movies are ruined by the adherence to those themes instead of literally anything else. And Nita Sarkeesian was not the first case of that, but was certainly a poster child for it for a jolly long time. But
do you really think you can spend your entire life in a perpetual state of emotional immaturity? Do you actually imagine that you will be able to perpetuate your adolescence for your entire existence? Wait, didn't somebody else ask this one? Wait, I gotta...
I'm sorry, Pot. It's the kettle.
He's doing it on purpose. Because Sargon said that at the end of the anti-SJW version of this. And he meant immature in terms of emotional sensitivity. They mean immature in terms of edginess and risqueness and lack of empathy. It's just two arbitrary bullshit definitions of maturity, neither of which have anything to do with anything, and it's just two assholes virtue signaling over who gets to call the other one immature. Yeah. Quite frankly, I'm of the opinion that genuinely mature people don't give a fuck what maturity is, because they're too busy being it. Only immature people care about what maturity is because they actually have to work at it. The day you're mature is the day you no longer have to give a fuck about what anyone else thinks about you or what they think is mature.
Still, it's again that blatant hypocrisy that.
Yeah, it's too quirky bullshit, but I think it's mostly a joke, so I'll let him have it.
I will not. I will hold everyone to the same standard.
That is also fair. Although I think the ending is kind of funny. But
I think whatever. Yeah, but
fuck.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, and that's the end.
Yeah. All right. That was time. Anyway, folks, with that, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avedeze, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
fuck off with all the stupid questions. Come find me when you have better ones.